This is Tom Rudebush for Post 22 Baseball, and today we are in Denver, Colorado. You might be able to see the Rocky Mountains in the background as Post 22 prepares to play 4 games against Premier West Colorado here in Denver. With me is Timmy Paris, the starting catcher for Post 22. And Timmy, starting catcher, you've caught about 90% of the games so far this season. How do you prepare yourself mentally and physically, knowing that you're going to be taking a beating for 90% of the games?
Oh, I think the preparation's the same every day. I mean, if I can't take any games off, knowing that I'll probably catch most of the games. So just keeping the same focus and the same attention to preparation is really what I strive for.
Let's talk about the pitching. And when you're behind the plate during the course of the season, you may catch 10, 12 different pitchers. And I would assume that each of those pitchers have a little different personality. So how do you kind of adjust when you deal with your starting pitchers and try to work with them through the course of a game?
Oh, well, really every pitcher has their own pitches that they like to throw and that they're comfortable with. So really it's about knowing what the pitcher is going to be best at doing is what they're going to be most comfortable at. So knowing that and then knowing just kind of who they are as a person, I guess, is what helps me call pitches and deal with every pitcher.
So you know, calling pitches, you might have to adjust your thinking to what the pitcher might want to do.
Yeah, and I mean that goes along with the comfortability. You know, if the pitcher isn't really comfortable with the pitch, then they're probably not going to be really as eager to throw it. So really knowing that is kind of what will help them more effective as well. So.
Talk about hitting, and you've had a very good season at plate. You're leading the team in doubles, leading the team in RBIs. Think back a few years ago, what do you think are the biggest skills that you've learned in hitting the baseball that you can implement today that you didn't have a clue about maybe 2-3 years ago?
Really it's about relaxing, I guess, and kind of taking my own pace. I mean, if I kind of conform to the pitcher's pace, I guess, then I guess he's kind of in control. But really it's about slowing it down and kind of just taking it one pitch at a time, I guess.
You know, I noticed in some games you're very patient, but I noticed there was one recent game, I think it was over in Pierre, where you swung at the first pitch on all 4 of your at-bats. Does it just depend on if you feel you can get a pitch to hit, whether you'll do that or whether you want to work the count deeper?
Oh, I love hitting the first pitch, I guess. Sometimes I have to adjust the approach and kind of be a little bit more patient, but if I think that the pitcher's going to give me a good first strike fastball or whatever, a good pitch, then I'm going to be ready to hit that pitch and not go too deep into the count.
You know, you're done with school. You're going to be going on to bigger and better things, playing college baseball at South Dakota State. And talk a little bit about what you would like to do post-22 career, outside of play college baseball. Down the road, if pro baseball doesn't work out, what would you like to do?
I think I'd like to attend medical school and then kind of work into a career like in orthopedic surgery or something like that. So.
Wow. Yeah. I'll have to remember that. Timmy Paris has joined us from Denver, Colorado. We're here in Denver to play Premier West out of Colorado, a 4-game series beginning on Saturday afternoon. For Timmy Paris, this is Tom Rudebush for Post 22 Baseball. This is Tom Rudebush with Post 22 coach Mitch Messer as we prepare for a 4-game series here in Denver, Colorado against Premier West out of Colorado, here out of the Denver area. We've got the Rocky Mountains in the background, Mitch, and knowing how much you love the mountains, this must be a nice trip for you, although you don't be able to enjoy them. Let's talk about this Premier West team. Talk a little bit about this team. It's a team you've played in the past.
Yeah, and they're coached by Derek Hines. Derek's been there quite some time. I first met him 10 years ago, almost 10 years to the weekend. And Derek does a great job. He selects players from around the Denver area, and he always has pitching. And even if he has a somewhat down year, or what he would consider a down year, it's brief. So I'm expecting to have 4 really competitive games.
You know, it's school's over. The schedule gets more intense now as we go through June and July. A lot more games. Let's talk about our pitching. How would you evaluate it up to this point?
Yeah, it's been okay. It's been okay. That's the best way I can put it. we need to prove not only to ourselves but to everyone else that we can get good hitters out. And we're going to find out this weekend if we can do that. Now this weekend's going to be wood bat. I think it's going to help everybody on the field. So it'll be interesting. I'm just as curious as anybody.
How you prepared for this 4-game series? Talk about your pitching. Who are we going to see start each of these 4 games?
Yeah, so on Saturday here we're going to have Riley McSherry on the front half of the doubleheader with Colton Sherbinsky starting the second game. And then game 1 on Sunday we'll have Cal McGuire, and then on the last day, or on the last game of the day on Sunday, we'll have Zach Cholas.
Let's talk about the hitting. You talk about a wood bat games here for the next 4 games. Team is scoring about 11 runs per game, Mitch. We're hitting almost 350 as a team. Are you pleased with the hitting, and how much of the competition so far still, as you play Denver, you mentioned they're good pitching. We're going to see a lot better pitching, so we might see some of those averages come down a little bit.
Yeah, that's what we want to see. We want to see good arms. I want to see how we handle above average high school arms, and I'm hoping to see that here in the next, for the remainder of the season, really. And so I guess I don't know. A good portion of this group, they've been together now for the last 3 to 4 years. I know they can hit good pitching. We've got guys that we've kind of inserted into the lineup here this year that are new to the varsity team, and we're curious to see if they can do it. So, like I said, this is a fun weekend. I'm curious, just like everyone else. I want to see what some of our guys can do.
One other question pertaining to the hitting. Are you surprised at all? And we played 21 games. As a team, you've hit 20 home runs. Has the power surge surprised you at all this early?
Yes and no. We prepare for that. That's kind of the way we've trained. We've talked about that before. Our kids work hard in the off season, both in the cage and out of the cage, to get their bodies ready to play at a high level. So yes and no. I mean, some of the guys that are lifting the ball out of the park, it's been a surprise. You got Petrie, Paris, and Solano, who you expect to be able to drive the baseball, but there's been some pleasant surprises.
Any other thing you want to add so far? We've got a winning streak that's reached 12 games going into these 4 games with Premier Colorado. Anything else that you might want to point out about the team to this point?
I talked about it before. The cohesiveness of this group is really pretty good. These guys get along really well. They mesh together. So really, I'm just hoping in the next 3 weeks we can have our back against the wall a few times and see how we respond.
This has been Mitch Messer with Tom Rudabush. We're previewing the Premier West Colorado games, which begin Saturday afternoon in Denver.
melody on my escape, vibration on my soul, it sends me to the peak. Without no regret, you got no love. Without no love, you got no regret. Without no regret, you got no love. A melody where I belong in this life.
Winning streak and a record of 19 wins and 2 losses overall. Premier West of Colorado, they've won 6, lost 1. They do have 1 tie, and they do have some common opponents, as Post 22 and Premier West from Colorado have both played Cheyenne. Colorado beat them twice. Post 22 beat Cheyenne, you might recall, 5 out of 6. And Colorado also has a win over Gillette. Of course, Post 22 does also. So 6 wins, 1 loss for Colorado with that 1 tie. And as we said, 12 wins in a row for Post 22 and a 19-2 season record. It is a warm day here in Denver, as it is back in Rapid City, as we understand, as the current temperature here in the Lakewood, Colorado area, 94 degrees with lots of sunshine as we get set to take on this Premier West team out of Colorado, a team that Post 22 has played many times over the years. And this year we have a 4-game series here. We have 2 games here today, and then we'll have 2 games again tomorrow. Tomorrow's doubleheader will start at 9:30 tomorrow morning here on ESPN Radio. We're also live, and you can watch the game on Hardhats-TV via post22baseball.com. Destin Heumann is with me this weekend. Mark Benetti is off this weekend, and we'll try to get through these 4 games. Destin and I, if you only knew the effort it takes sometimes to get on the air, you would have a much greater appreciation for us. Here's the starting lineups. Post 22, the visiting team, will have Walker Paz at second base leading off. Batting second will be Zach Solano. Solano will be in right field. Batting third is Cooper Bowman at shortstop. Batting fourth is Timmy Paris. Paris will be the catcher. Todd Stevens will be the designated hitter. He's going to bat fifth. Batting sixth is going to be Jack Sorensen at first base. Batting seventh, Zach Sumption in left field. Batting eighth, Justin Kramer will play at third base. And Connor King is in center field, and he will bat in the number 9 spot. Riley McSherry will be the starting pitcher for Post 22 this season. Riley is 5-0 on the season, and this will be his 8th appearance and his 5th start. Of course, a lot of the Post 22 pitchers early in the season, their starting efforts may only go 2 or 3 innings. So that's the lineup for Post 22. The Premier West team will have Lance Kelly, the shortstop, leading off. Jimmy LeConte at third base will bat second. Batting third and playing second base is Trey Adams. Batting fourth and playing in left field is Tanner Garner. Batting fifth, the designated hitter Nate Kajowski. Batting sixth will be the center fielder Mike Marquez. Batting seventh at first base, Tyler Phillips. Batting 8th in right field, Tyler Richardson. And batting 9th and doing the catching is Otto Jones. The starting pitcher for Premier West is Calvin Hunt, the starting lineup for Premier West. So, we are just moments away from the start of this game here this afternoon. Again, we'll have a second game this afternoon, and then tomorrow we'll have 2 games at 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Please. Keep trying.
Not capitalized.
Very nice ballpark they have here for this Premier West team to play. Has seating for about, actual seats about 200. Post 22 took a pregame infield, but Premier West is not taking a pregame infield, and it looks like they will not be taking one here this afternoon, as we're due to start the game here momentarily. Post 22 will now enter about a 6-week period where they have a pretty heavy schedule, a lot of games, and this will see exactly how good this Post 22 team is, because I would say out of the 22 games they've played this year, probably half of them were against teams that you would expect them to beat, and the other half were against teams that were okay but not overly great. And I think that no question this will be the best team so far this season that Post 22 has played before they return home. Umpires have arrived, so they are walking out towards home plate, and both catchers or managers will be there shortly. This might be the first game in the history of broadcast baseball that we will not get any commercials on the air. Hopefully we're on the air, because we've been logged out for some reason of our program here. We'll try it one more time. Coaches are meeting at home plate.
Between these two longtime rivals this season, and first of 4 this weekend here at All-Star Park. Double hitter today, followed by a double hitter tomorrow. The 2 games here today from All-Star Park. Let's give you the starting lineups first for the visitors. Leading off and playing second base.
We got a call.
267, no homer this.
Remember, it was WOKQOQ.
The right fielder,
now it's
Zach
WOF.
batting 365 with 4 home runs.
I think we have to exit out of this.
Okay. Shortstop hitting 420, 23 runs batted in for Baltimore.
Right.
Cleanup hitter
Low Q.
is Timmy Paris. He's the catcher, hitting 333 with 2 home runs and 3 ETs with 29 RBIs. DH 17 is Todd Stevens. He will bat 5th today. Batting 6th in the Hardhats lineup, Jack Sorensen, first baseman. The number 7 hitter is Zach Sumption. And batting 8th,
One that's Dr. Pepper.
the third baseman.
So the coach is going over the ground rules at home plate. They have a big scoreboard out here, quite the scoreboard out in left center field.
Sherry. Riley Sherry will be on the mound today, making his 8th appearance of the season. His earned run average is 3.09. He had 29 hits, 11 runs, and 10 of those 11 have been earned on the season. Sherry will start on the mound for Post 22 today. For Premier West Baseball, leadoff hitter Lance Kelly is the shortstop. Number 2 spot. Third baseman Jimmy LaFont. Number 3 hitter is the second baseman Trey Adams. Batting cleanup today.
Still going over the ground rules at home plate as we try to get our connections here at the stadium in Lakewood, Colorado secure, but I'm just not quite sure that we're going to be able to have any breaks during this game, which is too bad for me.
Right fielder is Tyler Richardson, and he'll bat 8th. The 9 hitter is Otto Jones. Jones is the catcher. Jones on the season in 6 games, batting
It'd be very interesting to
on the season. He's played 5 games. He's hitting 333. Tyler Phillips, first baseman.
how this post 22 team plays against this much stronger.
Played 8 times, and he's hit this in those. Now he's 2 for 8, so he's batting 250 on the season. Marquez batting number 6 box.
This will be the, as we said, the best team the Hardhats have played so far.
Games played, he is batting 389 on the season. Nate Kaczynski, the designated hitter, in 5 games is batting 375. Tanner Gardner, who is batting cleanup today.
There goes Premier West. They take the field.
389 in 6 games played so far.
And as we said,
Who is the third
they have won 6, lost 1 on the season.
on the season, batting 211, and the leadoff hitter.
And their pitcher is
All 8 games for
is Calvin Hunt.
81 today.
And Hunt is a right-hander.
On the mound, we see pitcher Calvin Hunt. Right-handed pitcher. The earned run average in 2 games, 5.403 and a third innings pitched. Allowed 2 runs, both earned, giving up 3 hits. Struck out 3 and walked 4. Warm-up toss right now. Both of these 7 games.
Tall, slender right-hander Calvin Hunt for Premier West from Colorado.
First one, the second game set for a slot start later this afternoon. Today, in Denver,
Ask him what this WOAR is. No.
Yeah, do whatever. So Walker Paz will lead off for post 22. Left-handed batting second baseman. Walker hitting 367 on the season. He's got 5 doubles. He's knocked in 10 runs. Been a good leadoff man for post 22 on the season, as he has walked a total of 11 times, which is a good total for that leadoff spot.
Premier West
So here's the first pitch of the game, and it is a ball just outside at the knees, and we're underway here at 2:04. And the next pitch is in for a strike. Our game time temperature, and it says 95 degrees here at game time. 1-1 on pause, and the pitch is high and outside. And the pitch behind pause, and it's now 3 balls and a strike. Three balls and a strike. Wind up, and the pitch by Hunt is swung on and hit into right field for a base hit. A line drive single as Richardson gets the ball back into the infield. And Paz has a leadoff single to right to get things started. And that'll bring up Zach Solano.
And here comes Zach Solano. He's hitting 365 with 26 RBIs. Right-handed hitter against the righty.
Here's the pitch to Solano. Swing and a miss at a high fastball. No balls and a strike. Zach hitting 365. Has 4 doubles, 2 triples, 4 home runs, and he's knocked in 26 runs. Here's the set by Hunt. The runner goes, and here's a hit by the second baseman, and the throw to second for 1, and on to first for the double play. So Solano hits into a double play. 2 down, quickly, nobody on, and here's Cooper Bowman up the shortstop. Cooper hitting 420. Right-handed batter takes a strike on the low outside corner. 9 doubles, 4 triples, 3 home runs, knocked in 23 runs. Cooper 15 out of 15 in stolen bases, and he lines one, caught by the second baseman Adams again. Diving to his left, caught it about waist high, and Bowman is out and the side is retired. No runs, 1 hit for post 22, and nobody left on base. We played a half an inning here from Lakewood, Colorado, just outside of Denver. Post 22 fails to score in the top of the first, and Premier West comes to bat here in the bottom of the first inning. You're listening to Post 22 Baseball from the Anytime Auto Sales Press Box on ESPN Radio Rapid City and on Hardhats-TV.
With more than 300 pediatric experts in 35 specialty areas, Sanford Children's offers the care that matters to your family. At the Castle of Care, we are committed to bringing in the latest and most advanced technology and services to care for your children. And having the largest team of specialists in the region means your child can receive expert, individualized care close to home. At Sanford Children's, we promise to put your family first. To learn more, visit childrens.sanfordhealth.org.
We have to like it. Doing special that
Day to work on your baseball.
Riley McSherry takes the mound for post 22 here in this bottom half of the first inning. Riley McSherry is making his 8th appearance. This is his 5th start. And he's pitched 22 and 2/3 innings on the season. He's allowed 29 hits, 8 walks, and 20 strikeouts for Riley. An earned run average of 3.09 coming into the game. Teams are batting .296 against him. And he has a 5-0 pitching record for post 22. So for the Premier West team, it'll be Lance Kelly, the shortstop, to lead it off. He's a left-handed batter. Here's the first pitch, and it's in for a strike to Kelly, 0-1. It's 325 down the left field line here, 390 to center, and 330 down the right field line. And the pitch is a ball high and outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Justin Kramer at third for post 22. Cooper Bowman at short. Walker Paz at second. Jack Sorensen at first. Here's the pitch on the way. Swing and a foul back. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Zach Sumption in left. Connor King in center. Zach Solano in right. Timmy Paris doing the catching. And Riley McSherry on the mound. He's ahead of the leadoff hitter here for Premier West. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Shortstop Lance Kelly. The pitch on the way. A fastball tails up and away. And the count is all even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2-2 the count. And the pitch on the way. Swung on, and it's hit out into left field for a base hit. A line drive over the head of Cooper Bowman. And Kelly has a leadoff single for Premier West. And that'll bring up the third baseman, Jimmy LeConte, the number 2 hitter. Left-handed batter. Sorensen will hold with Kelly at first base. Kramer's up to the edge of the grass at third. The outfield is straight away. And a hard fastball is hit, and it's a foul ball. Just outside the bag at first. Only foul by maybe a foot or so. So LeConte back to the batter's box with a strike. Kelly the runner at first. No score here in the last half of the first inning. We're just underway from Denver.
Steps back in. He jumps hard on that first pitch.
Here's the set now by McSherry. And the pitch. Swung on a ground ball. Hammered out to Bowman at short. Goes to Paz for 1. On to Sorensen for a double play. Short to second to first, double play. Each team has turned a double play here in this first inning. And 2 outs and nobody on now for Premier West. And that'll bring up Trey Adams, the second baseman, number 3 hitter. He's a right-handed batter. Adams takes a pitch at the knees for a called strike. Good fastball from McSherry. No balls and a strike. What breeze we have seems to be blowing across the field from right to left. There's a high foul off to the right, and that's going to drift out of play. And the count to Adams now is no balls and 2 strikes. Two strikes on Adams. Wind up by McSherry. Here's his pitch. Swung on, a ground ball hit to the right side. Fumbled by Paz, recovers, throws to first base just in time. Walker fumbled that ball long enough that it made the play very close at first base, but Adams is out. No runs for Premier West, 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left on base. And at the end of 1 inning here from Lakewood, Colorado, it's post 22-0, Premier West, Colorado, 0. And just a reminder that coming up at Fitzgerald Stadium this week will be the Black Hills Classic. It's sponsored by Superior Siding. And it begins on Thursday, June the 15th. And teams from Albuquerque, New Mexico will be here. Sioux Falls East along with Sioux Falls West. They will all be playing at the Post 22 site. It's a 2-site tournament with Pool A hosted by Post 22 and Pool B hosted by Rapid City Post 320. Over at the 320 site at Peteline Field, you'll find Colorado Springs, Upper Deck, Montana, Mountain View, Colorado, and Cannon City, Colorado. The tournament begins on Thursday, the 15th of June, and runs through Sunday, June 18th. And it's all sponsored by Superior Siding, the 2017 Superior Siding Black Hills Classic at Fitzgerald Stadium. Timmy Paris leading off for Post 22 here in the top half of the second. Timmy hitting .333 and takes a breaking ball low and outside for ball 1. Timmy leading the team with 10 doubles. He has 2 homers and leads the team with 29 RBIs, and he pops this one up out into shallow left field, and the shortstop Kelly makes the catch. And Paris is retired, 1 down. Recorded a short interview with Timmy this morning outside our hotel here in Denver, and it's currently playing on Facebook. Destin Human has that up. Also recorded Coach Mitch Messer, so if you want to get an update from Timmy Paris and Coach Messer, go to the Post 22 Baseball site on Facebook. Here's Todd Stevens, the designated hitter, hitting 5th in the order. Here's the motion by, and the pitch inside hits him as Hunt's pitch coming inside and hitting Stevens. So Todd with 4 doubles and a home run and 9 RBIs, and he had done that all in just a very few at-bats. 13 at-bats, 8 hits coming into the game. So he's at first base, hit by a pitch with 1 out. And here's Jack Sorensen hitting .406. Jack in at first base. He has 3 doubles, 2 home runs, and 20 RBIs. So Stevens at first with 1 out. Hunt's pitch, breaking ball strike on the outside corner. Eric Petrie is still out of the lineup with a mid-body injury that's been kind of nagging him for the last 3 weeks or so. There's a line drive to left and a base hit through the hole for Sorensen. And Stevens checks in at second. Post 22 with runners at first and second. 1 out, and Zach Sumption coming up, the left fielder.
Second hit by the Hardhats.
Zach hitting .423. Eric, they're slated to bring him back, and he'll be able to play again this coming Thursday. There's a fastball strike on the outside corner to Sumption. Zach with a 6-game hitting streak, which is the longest hitting streak outside of Eric Petrie's 13-game streak. And as we said, Eric out of the lineup this weekend. Here's the pitch to Sumption. Swung on a high foul, backing out of play. And it's no balls and 2 strikes on Zach. He has 1 double, 1 triple, and 6 RBIs on the season. 6 games he's hit in a row, and during this 6-game hitting streak, he's 10 for 22, hitting .455. Everywhere going to third. The pitch is a ball. The throw to third, not in time. And Stevens steals third base. Sorensen wasn't running, so you get the feeling that it was Todd Stevens who took that base. He thought he could steal it. Usually you would have Sorensen running on the back end of that. So runners at first and third. The count to Sumption is 1 ball and 2 strikes. Hunt's pitch struck him out. A breaking ball down and away. Zach chased the bad ball there, and there's a strikeout. The first for Hunt. 2 down, and that'll bring up Justin Kramer, the third baseman. So 2 outs, runners at the corners. Kramer hitting .379. Justin has 3 doubles. He's hit 2 home runs, 7 RBIs, and he swings and drives one out into center field. Marquez is there, runs to his left, and makes the catch. Justin hit the ball hard, a line drive out to center, but Marquez had no trouble hauling it in. No runs for Post 22, 1 hit, no errors, and they lead 2. So we head now to the bottom half of the second. Rapid City nothing, Premier West Colorado nothing. You're listening to Post 22 Baseball from the Anytime Auto Sales Press Box here on ESPN Radio. Rapid City.
Great faces, great places. Wet paint? Yep. And around here, when great places need a little love, great faces band together. Each year, First Interstate Bank employees help local organizations put a fresh coat of paint on homes of those in need. A small gesture, perhaps, but
so as we get set to go to the bottom of the second inning now,
bonds in the places we serve.
Tanner Garner,
First Interstate
Nate
Bank.
Kujawski, the designated hitter, and then Mike Marquise.
Great faces, great places. Wet paint? Yep. And around here, when great places need a little love,
Garner, the left fielder, number 4 hitter for Premier
First
West.
Interstate Bank employees help local organizations put a fresh coat of paint on homes of those in need. A small gesture, perhaps, but one that puts smiles on faces and strengthens bonds in the places we serve. First Interstate Bank. It's you and I.
So Garner steps in, right-handed batter against Riley McSherry, who gave up a single
great places.
in the first inning.
Paint? Yep.
And the pitch. Bounced 2 hops out to short. Grabbed by Bowman. His peg on over to Sorensen for the out. So Garner going after the first pitch. It's a sharp 2-hopper out to Cooper Bowman. 1 away, and here's Nate Kajowski, the designated hitter. Number 5 hitter, also a right-handed batter for Premier West.
5 games, that's 375.
Here's the motion and the pitch on the way. Fastball. And it missed inside. 1 ball and no strikes on Kajowski. Here's the pitch on the way. Fastball strike. That's belt high on the outside edge. 1 ball and 1 strike on the Premier West designated hitter. We said they have a big scoreboard out in left field here. Breaking ball, strike 2 called over the inside corner. And it's 1-2 now on Kajowski. And the 1-2 pitch. A little bit low. Good pitch. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Mike Marquez, the center fielder, on deck. Riley goes into his windup. The 2-2 pitch. Fastball just outside at the letters. And he's got a full count now on Kajowski, 3-2. No score here in the last half of the second. Post 22 and Premier West out of the Denver area. The pitch on the way is strike 3 on the low outside corner. Good pitch by Kajowski, by McSherry, and Riley picks up his first strikeout. So that'll bring up Mike Marquez, the center fielder. Number 6 hitter for Premier West. And the pitch. And it's a ball, and it's 1-0. 1 ball, no strikes. And the pitch. Swing and a miss. 1 ball and 1 strike. Pitch down around the knees from McSherry. Mitch Messer said he's very confident McSherry will be at his form he was at the end of last year. Pitch is up and in for a ball, and it's 2 balls and a strike. Riley isn't pitching poorly by any stretch of the imagination, but Mitch feels he'll be throwing a lot better as we progress into the season. I know Riley feels the same way. 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Pitch around the knees on the outside edge of the plate, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs. And the base is empty here in the last half of the second for Colorado. No score. The 2-2 pitch, swung on and fouled off to the right. It'll be out of play, and the count runs along at 2-2. Tyler Phillips, the first baseman, on deck. Post 22's pitching staff coming into the game with a team ERA has dropped below 3 now. It's 2.97. And teams against the staff collectively are hitting just .252. Here's the pitch. Strike. Nope. The umpire has gone out in front of home plate. And apparently time had been called.
No pitch, I think, was the call. By the home plate umpire, Mitch Messer. Rapid City coach is out to talk to him.
Mitch Messer and the home plate umpire talking just off to the left of home plate. That was a very weird sequence.
Learn the rules, huh?
And I still beg off. I don't know what occurred there. McSherry seemed to throw strike 3, but the home plate umpire walked out in front of the plate, pointed at the mound. So the count, I believe, is 2-2, but he may have called an automatic ball. He did, because there's ball 4 rolling outside. So Marquez walks. So apparently he had called an automatic ball for some reason on Riley McSherry. We'll have to check in with Coach Messer after this game to see exactly what that's all about. Here's Tyler Phillips, the first baseman, number 7 hitter. He's a right-handed batter. Here's the pitch, and a breaking ball in for a strike. No balls and 1 strike. Sorensen holding now with Marquez at first base. McSherry will throw over there and drive Marquez back to the bag. No balls and a strike, the count on Phillips. There go runner Bluff's going, but the pitch is a strike. A letter high fastball on the inside corner, and Phillips kind of looked back at the home plate umpire. So the count now is no balls and 2 strikes. Outfield playing straight away. There goes the runner. The pitch is high. Throw by Paris is there, and out at second base is Marquez. 2-4 on the put out as Timmy Paris guns down Mike Marquez trying to steal second. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. End of 2. Post 22-0. Premier West of Colorado 0 here on ESPN Radio, Rapid City. So we head now to the top half of the 3rd inning. There is no score. And post 22 now we'll have Connor King, the center fielder, leading off. Number 9 hitter for Rapid City. Connor hitting .273, 3 doubles, a home run, and 17 RBIs. And the windup by Calvin Hunt, his first pitch in at the knees for a strike. 0-1. And the pitch. Connor swings and rolls one up the third baseline. It's off his foot. And he goes hobbling off towards the Rapid City third base dugout, trying to shake that off. And the count is no balls and 2 strikes on King. 3 doubles, a home run, 17 RBIs for Connor. And I was thinking what I would call just super catches this season. He's got 5 out there in center field, including that incredible catch against post 320 over at Pete Lane Field. That was a week ago today. No score here on the top of the 3rd inning.
King still trying to shake it off.
So Connor now stepping back in with a count of 2 strikes. Walker Paz on deck. Here's the pitch on the way. Swung out a big chopper over the mound to the right of second, and the ball is going to be picked up by the second baseman Rick Adams, but he won't have a play. It'll be a base hit for King. So an infield hit for Connor. That's hit number 3 now for post 22 here in the game. And we go now to Walker Paz, the leadoff man. Walker's single to right, his first at bat. So King at first base. Nobody out. Phillips holding with him. The pitch on the way. Walker looks at a strike at the knees, and it's 0-1. Kelvin Hunt. He's given up 3 hits. He's hit a batter. 1 strikeout. Good breaking ball in for a strike. And it's 0-2 on Paz. No balls, 2 strikes. And the pitch swung on, hit up the middle, and that goes into center field to the left of second base. And Connor King will go to second. Paz with his second hit of the game, a ground ball single to center. Runners at first and second for Zach Solano. And here comes the coach out for Premier West. Premier West is a team that consists of players from around the Denver area. They don't have a high school. They're not a sanctioned Legion team. They have played under the NBC umbrella National Baseball Congress in the past. Here's the set now by Hunt. Let's see if Solano's bunting here. In the 3rd inning, the game is scoreless. Zach shows no signs of bunting, takes a fastball high and inside for ball 1. King at second, Paz at first, and nobody out. Post 22 bats here in the top of the 3rd inning. No score. Here's the pitch on the way, and a ball low and outside. 2-0 on Solano. Cooper Bowman on deck. Two balls and no strikes. Here's the pitch. Swinging a foul off the end of the bat. Tap back of home plate. And it's 2 balls and a strike on Solano. Zach hit into a double play his first time up, started by second baseman Adams. Here's the set by Hunt. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Good breaking ball. Just off the outside corner. And Solano went after it, and the count is all even at 2-2. Team averaging about 11 runs per game, which is a season high. There's a long drive down the left field line. It's hooking, though, and it is a foul ball. 325 feet down to the foul pole down the left field line. And Zach just out in front of that pitch a hair. 11 run per game average for post 22. Their team batting average a season high now 348. And they've hit 20 home runs as a team. Here's the set. The 2-2 to Solano hit him. A fastball tailed inside, and Solano is hit, and the bases are loaded. King to third. Paz to second. Solano at first for Cooper Bowman. Cooper, his first at bat, lined out to second baseman Adams. So a great chance for post 22 to break this scoreless tie in the top of the 3rd inning. Bowman has 23 RBIs in the season, 3rd on the team. And a slider strike on the outside edge. 0-1 on Cooper. Infield double play depth for Premier West. Here's the pitch by Hunt. Swung on a ground ball towards third, fielded by LeConte. Throws to second for 1, and that's going to have a runner coming home, and 2 runners will score. A third to second force out as Bowman gets an RBI with King scoring. And then Paz with some great base running. Scores all the way from second. LeConte threw to Adams for the force out. on Solano, and Solano took out the second baseman with a clean slide, and then that allowed Paz to score. So 2 RBIs for Cooper on his infield out. He's at first base now, and the batter, Timmy Paris, and he takes the pitch low and outside. That's the first out, the force out at second. King and Paz score. Solano forced out, third baseman LeConte to second baseman Adams, and then Paz scoring all the way from second. Paris takes a pitch outside at the knees, 2 balls and no strikes on Timmy. He popped out to the shortstop Kelly in shallow left field, his first at bat. Phillips holding with Bowman. Cooper 15 out of 15 in stolen bases. There's a little looper out into center field, and that's going to fall in for a base hit. Marquez fields the ball. Bowman stops at second. So Paris with a soft line drive single to center. Hit number 3 in the inning for Post 22. They've got 5 hits in the game now. And they have runners at first and second with 1 out for Todd Stevens. Stevens was hit by a pitch. His first at bat. Now we're going to have a courtesy runner at first base for Paris. They allow that down here. The ball is bunted up the third base line and foul. One strike the count on Todd Stevens. Carter Deming is running at first base for Paris. Here's the pitch on the way. Swing and a foul back by Stevens, and the count is 0-2. So Deming is the courtesy runner at first base for Paris. Cooper Bowman, the runner at second. 1 out, 2-0. Post 22 here in the third, and the pitch is way outside a ball. And it's 1-2 now on Stevens. Todd hit by a pitch in the second inning. Here's a pickoff play at second, but Bowman gets back. Here's the set and the pitch. A tapper back to the mound. Hunt throws to second for 1. Back to first for the double play. Stevens hits into a 1-6-3 double play. Pitcher to shortstop on to first. Second double play of the game for Premier West. Post 22, though, scores 2 runs on 3 hits in the inning, and they leave a man on base. So at the end of 2.5 innings of play, Rapid City 2, Premier West, Colorado nothing. From the Anytime Auto Sales press box, this is Tom Ritterbusch on ESPN Radio, Rapid City.
You don't have to try to hit a home run when you're hitting singles and doubles all day. Consistency wins games, and it's key to helping achieve your retirement goals. At Weitzel Financial Group, they believe they're there to help with your own ideals and goals. Head toward your field of dreams. Call Weitzel Financial Group for a consultation at 348-1152. Kurt Weitzel is a registered representative and investment advisor representative with and offers securities and advisory services through Commonwealth Financial Network member FINRA SIPC, a registered investment advisor. Weitzel Financial Group, 817 9th Street, Rapid City, South Dakota, 57701. You don't.
Half of the third inning coming up. And Post 22 is leading by a score of 2-0. Tyler Phillips, the first baseman, was up when Mike Marquez was cut down trying to steal second. Marquez had walked with 2 outs and then thrown out by Timmy Paris. So Phillips up to start the last half of the third inning against Riley McSherry. Wind blowing in right now from left center field. Swing and a miss. A slider looked like away for strike 1. 7, 8, and 9 hitters for Premier West here in the last half of the third inning. A pitch on the way. Swung on a high fly ball, shallow right field. In comes Solano in towards the foul line in shallow right, and Zach has it for the out. So Phillips retired, 1 down, and that'll bring up Tyler Richardson. Richardson's a left-handed batter, the right fielder for Premier West. And McSherry's pitch is a fastball high and outside. So far, Riley's given up 1 hit, 1 walk, 1 strikeout. Post 22 helped him out with a double play in the first inning, started by shortstop Cooper Bowman. Post 22 on the season with 23 double plays. This is their 22nd game of the year. If you can average a double play of a game, that's just great. If you can average less than an error per game, that is great. But Post 22 slightly over an error per game. Pitch comes in, fastball high, and it's 2-0. In 21 games, Post 22 had committed 25 errors coming into the game. And as we said, 23 double plays now with that 1 in the first inning. 2-0 pitch to Richardson. Swing, and he fouls the pitch off to the left. 2 balls and a strike. 1 out, nobody on. The last half of the third inning for Premier West. We'll have a second game coming up, and then a doubleheader tomorrow morning at 9:30. Here's the pitch. Fastball missed outside, and Riley falls behind 3-1. Riley came into the game with 8 walks and 22 2/3 innings. Not too bad of a ratio, but it could be a little bit better. Swing and a miss. Good pitch there. Kept it away from the left-handed batter, and the count is full 3-2. Otto Jones, the Premier West catcher, is on deck. Three balls, 2 strikes. The pitch on the way. Hit foul. Out of play. Off to the left again, and it's 3-2. Post 22, they don't shift their outfield too much. If you don't see a team a lot, their outfield straight away here on Richardson. A 3-2 pitch on the way from McSherry. Hit back to McSherry. He spears it in the glove, flips it to first baseman Sorensen. There are 2 down. Good fielding play by Riley McSherry. 2 down in the last half of the third inning. And for Colorado, it'll be Otto Jones, their catcher, number 9 hitter.
Here's Otto Jones up for the first time in the game.
Jones, a right-handed batter. 2 outs, and the base is empty. Riley McSherry up on the hill. Colton Sherbinski slated to start the second game today. Pitch low and outside, gets away from Paris. 1 ball.
Jones, the hitter, leadoff man, last kill.
Here's the 1-0 pitch. Swing and a foul back. 1 ball, 1 strike. Riley looks good. He's throwing the ball well. He's had pretty good location. He's given up just the 1 hit so far through 2 2/3. Here's his pitch. Ground ball foul outside of first. Jones late on Riley's fastball there, and the count runs along at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Welcome to our listeners, of course, on ESPN Radio in Rapid City and also on Hardhat-TV, accessed at post22baseball.com. There's a bouncing ball hit to the right side, fielded by Paz. He throws to Sorensen for the out. Easy play for a Walker Paz. 3 up and 3 down for Riley McSherry in the third inning. We've completed 3 here from Denver. And Post 22 leads Premier West Colorado 2-0. You're listening to Post 22 Baseball from the Anytime Auto Sales Press Box on ESPN Radio, Rapid City.
You have to try to hit a home run when you're hitting singles and doubles all day. Consistency wins games, and it's key to helping achieve your retirement goals. At Weitzel Financial Group, they believe they're there to help with your own ideals and goals. Head toward your field of dreams. Call Weitzel Financial Group for a consultation at 348-1152. Kurt Weitzel is a registered representative and investment advisor representative with and offers securities and advisory services through Commonwealth Financial Network member FINRA SIPC, a registered investment advisor. Weitzel Financial Group, 817 9th Street, Rapid City, South Dakota, 57701. You don't have to try to hit.
Calvin Hunt takes the mound again for Premier West as we go to the fourth inning. Post 22 will have Jack Sorensen, Zach Sumption, and Justin Kramer to bat here in the top of the fourth inning. If anybody gets on base, Connor King would hit. Well, we've certainly have summer weather. It may not be summer according to the calendar yet, but certainly some hot late spring days, I guess. 95 degrees right now here in Lakewood, and a similar temperature back home in Rapid City. We'll talk more about Post 22's next home game. That comes up on Thursday, June 15th at Fitzgerald Stadium in the Superior Siding Black Hills Classic. So here's Jack Sorensen up, number 6 hitter. Jack singled to left his first time up. Calvin Hunt's pitch. Inside, and that caught the umpire. Ooh, that hurts. And apparently the hitter has also been hit. So they're sending Sorensen down to first base. He wasn't going to first, but the umpire sent him down there. Looked like it caught the umpire in the left hand. He's walking down almost to third base where Mitch Messer comes over to visit with him, offering his condolences. So a hit batter and Sorensen going to first base and Zach Sumption coming up, the left fielder. Zach struck out on a breaking ball down and away in the second inning. A 2-0 Post 22 lead here in the top of the fourth inning. 2 runs on 5 hits for Rapid City. No runs on 1 hit so far for Colorado. Premier has turned 2 double plays in 3 innings. And Sumption lifts a fly ball to deep left field. That is way back out there, and it is a home run for Zach Sumption. Down the line and over the left field fence, a 2-run homer for Sumption. Zach's first home run in his Post 22 varsity career. It extends his hitting streak now to 7 games in a row, and he has 8 RBIs on the season. And it's 4-0 now, Post 22 out in front. A hit batsman, and then Sumption hitting that home run over the left field fence. So Justin Kramer comes up. Coach Hines making a quick trip to the mound for Premier West again to talk with Calvin Hunt. Kramer lined out to center his first at bat. So 2 in the third for Post 22, and they've added 2 more here in the fourth. And Hunt throws a breaking ball way outside, and it's 1 ball, no strikes. Here's the windup by Hunt, his pitch. And it's a little bit low, and it's 2 balls and no strikes. Boy, has Zach been swinging a great bat the last few games. Pitch misses up and away, and it's 3-0 to Kramer. Calvin Hunt obviously frustrated out there on the mound, slaps at the ball. He goes into his windup, the 3-0 pitch, and it's a strike over the inside corner. 3-1 on Kramer. Connor King will hit next. Here's the pitch on the way. Swung on, a pop-up on the infield. It's right near the pitching mound. The shortstop running in, Kelly behind the pitching mound, and Kelly makes the catch. Ending up just to the right of the pitching mound, about 5 feet behind the mound. And a good play by Kelly, the shortstop. So Kramer retired, 1 down, and that brings up Connor King, the center fielder. Connor had an infield single out behind second base, his first at bat. Came around to score and looks at a fastball for a strike. Letter high in the outside corner. And Hunt's pitch. Swung on, hit on the ground to short. Fielded by Kelly. Here's his peg to first base for the out. And King is retired short to first. And that'll bring up Walker Paz. Walker's 2 for 2 in the game. He has singled to right and singled to center.
He's also scored a run. He scored the first, second run on the Rapid City.
Left-handed batting Walker Paz against the right-hander Kelvin Hunt, who throws a fastball swung on, a fly ball to deep right center field. Marquez running after it. He catches up with it and grabs it as he hits the warning track in deep right center field to the right of the 390 sign. Paz hit that ball a long way, but he's retired for the third out. A hit batsman to Sorensen, and then Zach Sumption unloads a 2-run homer for post 22 here in the fourth. 2 runs on 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left on base at the end of 3.5 innings of play. Post 22 4, Premier West, Colorado nothing. You're listening to Post 22 Baseball on ESPN Radio, Rapid City.
Why do so many business people trust us? Well, we're pretty nice folks, of course, and we really know our stuff. Black Hills Insurance, a tradition of service since 1949.
Fourth inning, Premier West will send the top of the batting order. Riley McSherry has faced the minimum 9 hitters through the first 3 innings, allowing 1 hit, no runs, 1 walk, 1 strikeout for Riley. Kelly singled to left. He has the hit off McSherry, who throws a fastball high and outside for ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. They play him a step now to the right in the outfield with King out in center field. Pitch is down low for a ball, although you would look at it and you say he's pretty much straight away. 2 balls and no strikes. McSherry into his windup. Here's his pitch, and that's in for a strike. Good fastball, and it's 2 balls and a strike. And the 2-1 pitch. Swing and a foul back. Count is all even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Two and 2. Lance Kelly, the shortstop for Premier West. McSherry's pitch missed high and outside, and we have a full count. 3 balls and 2 strikes. 4-0. Post 22 leading here in the last half of the 4th inning. 2 7-inning doubleheader games today. Here's the pitch. A high pop-up down the left field line. That's a long run for Kramer, and nobody's going to be able to get it. Kramer giving chase. Bowman from short was giving chase. Left fielder Sumption giving chase. So the count is still 3-2. Riley McSherry this season coming into the game, teams were batting .296 against Riley, but they've only had 1 hit in 8 official at-bats against him today. 3-2 on Kelly. Here's the pitch on the way. Swung on, hit past the second base bag on into center field for a base hit. A line drive single to the right of second. And Kelly's 2 for 2 as he has both hits off McSherry. And Premier West has the leadoff man on here in the last half of the 4th inning. And that'll bring up Jimmy LeConte, the third baseman. LeConte hit into a double play started by Cooper Bowman. in the first inning. Good pitch by McSherry. In for a strike, and it's 0-1. Sorensen holding with Kelly at first base. Here's the set by McSherry. And the pitch. Fastball hit foul off to the left. And the count is no balls and 2 strikes. O'Reilly jumps ahead of LeConte here. No balls and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch on the way. It's peeled foul back to the screen. And the count runs along at 2 strikes. No balls and 2 strikes. Here's the set. And the pitch. And it's high. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Nobody out for Premier West here in the last half of the 4th inning. The leadoff man Kelly on with his second hit of the game. McSherry, a long look, okays the sign from Paris. Here's the set. The 1-2 pitch, swung on a high fly ball into shallow right center field. Here comes King in to make the catch. And there's the first out here in the 4th inning. A lazy fly ball out into right center field off the bat of LeConte. That'll bring up Trey Adams, the second baseman. Adams grounded out to second, his first at bat. Premier West playing their 9th game of the season here this afternoon in this first game. 6 wins, 1 loss, and they had a tie. McSherry goes to first base. Kelly is back. Adams, the number 3 hitter. Here's the set by McSherry. The pitch on the way. Breaking ball strike on the outside corner. Good breaking ball from Riley, and it's 0-1. We are right behind home plate here. And we don't have a lot of elevation, but a covered press box. Certainly you can see the entire field. 1 ball and no balls and a strike. Another breaking ball. That bends in for a strike over the inside corner. Letter high, and it's no balls and 2 strikes. I like our home plate umpire today. He's done a good job. He's very consistent for both pitchers. That's what you love to see. No balls and 2 strikes. The pitch on the way. Swung on, poked out into right center field on a 2-strike pitch. That's going to be in for a hit. And King gets to the ball, and they're going to hold Kelly at second base. Looked like Kelly had a good chance to go to third, but they elected not to chance it. So Adams on a 2-strike pitch hits a soft line drive to right center for hit number 3. And that'll bring up Tanner Garner, the left fielder. Garner grounded out to short, his first at bat. Sorensen now playing in back of Adams at first. Kramer almost even with the bag at third. Pitch on the way, and a fastball misses outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Post 22 with a 4-0 lead, but Premier West trying to get something going here with runners at first and second. Here's the set. And the pitch. Swung on and popped up. This is on the infield. It's going to be a foul ball, and Kramer makes the catch straddling the foul line. The home plate umpire ruled it a foul ball, but it is caught by Kramer for the second out. So out number 2 with runners at first and second for Premier West, and that brings up their number 5 hitter, the designated hitter, Nate Kujawski. He was called out on strikes in the second inning. Here's the set now by McSherry. The pitch is swung on, a fly ball into right center field. Over goes center fielder King to his left. He grabs it for the third out. Another high, lazy fly ball to Connor King, and that retires the side. No runs on a couple of hits for Premier West. They leave 2, the first 2 men they've left on base so far in the game. And we've gone through 4 innings here from Denver. And Post 22 leads Premier West Colorado by a score of 4-0. You're listening to Post 22 Baseball from the Anytime Auto Sales Press Box and on ESPN Radio in Rapid City.
Coke Zero goes with things like this. This. And this. Coke Zero tastes like this.
He shoots! He scores!
It sounds like this. It feels like this. So when the game is on, try it with this. Coke Zero. Real Coca-Cola taste. 0 calories, 0 sugar. Coke.
Fifth inning, Post 22 with a 4-0 lead. It's been a well-played game so far. A couple of double plays for Premier West, one for Post 22. Some good pitching, and of course Zach Sumption's 2-run homer, the highlight hit so far of the game. So for Post 22 here, it will be Zach Solano leading off in the top of the 5th inning. A pitch on the way is a fastball from Calvin Hunt outside for ball 1. Hunt's been in there now for 4 innings, given up 6 hits, 4 runs. He's walked 1 and struck out 1. Throws a breaking ball outside. Also as a hit batsman. In fact, he's hit a couple of batters in this game. 2 balls and no strikes. Solano is hit into a double play and walked. Takes a breaking ball low and outside. It's 3-0. Solano was the man who drew the walk off of Hunt back in the 3rd inning. 3-0 pitch. Fastball right in there for a strike. And it's 3-1. Post 22 playing their 22nd game of the season here this afternoon. 19 wins and 2 losses. And 12 wins in a row. Solano rolls one towards short. Up with it is Kelly. His throw to first base is on target for the out. Kelly had to move towards second base to field that ball, but no problem for the Premier West shortstop. 1 away here in the top of the 5th for Post 22, and it brings up Cooper Bowman, the shortstop. Cooper is lined out to second, hit into a third to second force with the bases loaded and nobody out. In the 3rd inning, a ball in which 2 runners were able to score. King scored from 3rd, and Walker Paz scored all the way from 2nd on that infield out. Great base running by Walker. Pitches a ball to Bowman. The next pitch is up and in. 2 balls and no strikes. That RBI ground out, knocking in the 2 Post 22 runs in the 3rd inning. Strike just at the knees, 2-1. And then Sumption's 2-run home run in the 4th inning, providing the other 2 runs. We're in the top of the 5th. And a strike over the inside edge to Bowman. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Cooper. 1 out here, and the base is empty in the top of the 5th inning. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Hunt's pitch, swung on and fouled, back and out of play. 2-2, still on Bowman. We'll have a second game this afternoon here on ESPN Radio, and then a doubleheader tomorrow morning beginning at 9:30. Bouncing ball up the middle, and that's going to go into center field for a base hit. A bouncing ball single to the right of second base, and Cooper is on with a base hit. 1 out, a runner at first base, and that'll bring up Timmy Paris. Timmy has a pop out to short. Kelly making the catch in shallow left, then single to center in the 3rd inning. Bowman being held on at first base by Phillips. And Paris hits a high fly ball on into right field. It's carrying deep. Richardson's going back. He's got a beat on it, and he makes the catch on the warning track in deep right field. And back to first base goes Bowman. So Paris with a long fly ball to right for the 2nd out here in the 5th inning, and that'll bring up Todd Stevens. Todd hit by a pitch in the 2nd. hit into a pitcher to short to first double play in the third inning. Right-handed batter 0 for 1. Here's the set by Hunt. His pitch. Swing and a miss at a breaking ball. Good motion. Took some speed off that pitch. Excellent motion on that pitch by Hunt. Had Stevens out in front of it. No balls and a strike. Cooper 15 of 15 and steals. There he goes. The pitch is a strike and no throw. He got such a jump that Jones never did make a throw. So Cooper ends up at second with a stolen base, 2 down. Pitch to Stevens is swung on, chopped towards third, but that's the foul ball. And the count runs along on Todd and 2 strikes. So Bowman in scoring position here in the top of the 5th with 2 out. Rapid City leading 4-0. The Hardhats looking for their 13th win in a row. Could it be a lucky 13? Hunt looking in for the sign, sets. The 0-2 pitch. Foul down the right field line. Good protection there by Todd Stevens, protecting that outside edge of the plate. Count still no balls and 2 strikes. And the pitch. Swing and a miss. Slider away, and he struck out Stevens. Good breaking ball. That's the second strikeout for Hunt. No runs for post 22 on 1 hit. No errors, 1 man left on base. Rapid City is stranded 4. And at the end of 4.5 innings of play now, post 22 has the lead 4-0 over Premier West Colorado. The new post 22 yearbooks are out at Fitzgerald Stadium. They were out for the last game. If you haven't got your copy of this year's yearbook, you can pick up a copy. They have lots of information, all the team records over the years, pictures of all the players. They have statistics and everything you want to know about the Post 22 program. And they're available at Fitzgerald Stadium. They're just $5. Several coupons, good coupons in the book, worth well over $5. So you might want to pick up your copy of the Post 22 yearbook at Fitzgerald Stadium because the team returns home this Thursday for the 2017 Superior Siding Black Hills Classic. Pool A will be hosted by Post 22. Pool B will be hosted by Rapid City Post 320. In Post 22's pool, Sioux Falls East, Albuquerque, and Sioux Falls West. Alexandria, Minnesota, it's interesting. They were scheduled to be in the tournament. They had to pull out, but they had a very good reason. They qualified for the Minnesota State High School Baseball Tournament. Minnesota plays their tournament in the middle of June, their high school tournament. And for the first time in 45 years, Alexandria, Minnesota qualified for the state high school tournament. So they will not be here. There's a pitch inside from Riley McSherry, and it's 1 ball and no strikes on the Premier West center fielder Mike Marquez. He walked his first time up. Pool B, as we said, hosted by 320 in the Black Hills Classic. Slider strike, and it's 1-1. At the 320 site at Peatline Field, Colorado Springs, Upper Deck, Montana, Mountain View, Colorado, Cannon City, Colorado. Play at both sites begins on Thursday, June 15th. Here's the pitch on the way. Swing and a chopper foul down and back. So McSherry ahead of Marquez, 1-2. Post 22 will play Thursday night against Sioux Falls East. That will be a 7 p.m. game Thursday night in the 2017 Superior Siding Black Hills Classic. The 2 pool winners will meet on Sunday in the championship game. Pitch inside, and McSherry hits Marquez. It was an off-speed pitch. So Marquez is down to first base. And the leadoff man on here for the Colorado team in the bottom of the 5th inning. And that'll bring up Tyler Phillips, the first baseman. Phillips flied to right his first at bat. Sorensen holding with Marquez. McSherry's pitch, and he throws a breaking ball outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Can't see if we have any activity down in the bullpen for post 22. I don't see anyone at this present time. Here's the set by McSherry. The pitch to Phillips. Strike. Low outside corner. Good pitch by McSherry, and the count is 1-1 strike. One and one on Phillips. Premier West first baseman takes a pitch up over his head. And the count is 2-1, and Riley, pitching in this 95-degree heat, may be showing a little bit of fatigue here. 2-1, nobody out here in the bottom of the fifth inning. Post 22 with a 4-0 lead. Rapid City, as the visiting team, is occupying the third base dugout here. Pitch on the way, low and outside. 3-1. Phillips hitting seventh in the order. Their right fielder, Tyler Richardson, a left-handed batter, is on deck. McSherry's got to make a couple of good pitches here. Marquez leads from first. Here's the set. The pitch on the way is swung on and missed. Fastball away, and we have a full count now on Phillips. Three balls and two strikes. Here's the set again by McSherry. The payoff pitch is swung on. Bounce to third. Kramer has it. Throws to Paz. Out there. Relay to first is in time. A double play. Around the horn for post 22. Started by Kramer. A great turn by Paz at second. And the relay to Sorensen doubled up Phillips. Second double play of the game for post 22. The fourth double play the two teams have combined for in this game. And there are quickly two outs here in the bottom of the fifth for Premier West. And Tyler Richardson comes up with nobody on. Hit back to the pitcher, McSherry, his first at bat. And Riley just misses with a fastball belt high over the outside corner, but just outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Richardson, left-handed batter. Here's the windup by McSherry and his pitch. That's a strike at the knees. Outside edge, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. And the pitch on the way. High and outside. So it's now a count of 2 balls and a strike. And the 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Riley keeping that ball away from Richardson. And the count is 2 balls and 2 strikes. Last half of the fifth inning, 4-0. Hardhats leading. Premier West with the bases empty and 2 out. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Richardson. He hits a foul down the left field line. Out of reach, and the count runs along at 2-2. Second game will follow this one, probably 30 to 40 minutes after the completion of this game. So we'll break in between games and then be back with the second game. Tomorrow's doubleheader at 9:30 in the morning for the first pitch. 2-2 to Richardson. Another foul out of play to the left. McSherry's allowed 3 hits over 4 2/3 innings. The right-hander winds and delivers 2-2. High for ball 3. And it's a full count. King is playing the opposite way. He's shading over in left center on the left-handed batting Richardson. The pitch. And Riley misses outside for ball 4. So Richardson really fought for that walk. He fouled a couple of pitches off, and Riley gives up his second walk of the game. So 2 outs, and the number 9 hitter, Otto Jones, the catcher, up. Jones grounded out to second, his first at bat. McSherry out of the set. He delivers, and he throws it outside. A fastball knee high, but about a foot outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Well, you want to get Jones here. Lance Kelly, the leadoff hitter, is on deck. The shortstop, he's 2 for 2 against McSherry. Couple of singles. And Riley delivers down low, and the count goes to 2-0. Two balls and no strikes. Sorensen holding with Richardson at first. He doesn't have a big lead. Here's the pitch. A good fastball there. Hits the outside half of the plate, just above the knees. 2 balls and 1 strike. Rapid City scoring 2 in the 3rd inning, 2 in the 4th to lead 4-0. Premier West bats here in the bottom of the 5th. The pitch. Swung on a pop-up. And it's going into shallow right field. Who's going to get it? Walker Paz grabs it, and it was a foul ball catch. Walker crossed the foul line, hung with that. Boy, he's playing such a solid second base for post 22. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 man left on base. At the end of 5, the Hardhats 4, Premier West Colorado nothing. You're listening to Post 22 Baseball from the Anytime Auto Sales Press Box here on ESPN Radio, Rapid City.
Camping World is here to help you connect to adventure and explore the outdoors with friends and family, offering new and pre-owned RVs to fit every budget and thousands of parts and accessories for any need. Camping World has it all. With over 125 supercenters nationwide, you're never far from America's #1 RV dealer. No matter where your adventures take you, whether you need an RV, parts, or service, Camping World is here to help you every step of the way. Visit Camping World in Rapid City or shop campingworld.com today.
Post 22 comes to bat here in the top of the 6th inning now. Calvin Hunt still in there for Premier West. Pitched 5 innings, given up 7 hits, 4 runs. Couple of strikeouts in the game. He's walked 1. Jack Sorensen will start things off for Post 22 here in the top of the 6th inning. And, of course, they're excited in Denver with the Colorado Rockies holding down the lead in the National League West Division. And we will go to Minneapolis, of course, for the Gopher Classic in early July. And the fans there will be excited because the Twins are in first place in the American League Central. Wouldn't that be something to have a Minnesota-Colorado World Series? Jack Sorensen up. He has singled to left and been hit by a pitch. Scored a run. Scored ahead Assumption's home run. Hunt's pitch is rolled foul off to the left. 1 strike. No balls and a strike. Wind really isn't a factor anymore. The flag is down in left field. And there's a line drive to left, a base hit over near the foul line. Sorensen around first, but he's going to hold up there. Takes a big turn, but holds up with a single. Garner got to the ball quickly in left field, and Sorensen with a leadoff hit. Jack's 2 for 2. Boys, he hit the ball well. He and Luke Ferdinand really battling for that first base job. Here's Zach Assumption. 8 hits now for Post 22. Zach steps up after his 2-run homer in the 4th inning. Looks at a strike at the knees over the outside corner. Sorensen with a leadoff single. Assumption homered to left in the 4th, struck out in the 2nd. The pitch is high, and the count is 1-1. Zach's first home run of the season. It was the team's 21st home run on the year, and this is their 22nd game. Here's the pitch, and it's outside a ball. Two balls and 1 strike on Assumption. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball outside. Count goes to 3-1. 3 balls and 1 strike. And the pitch. Swung on and pop up to the right side. First baseman Phillips calling for it. Gives way to the second baseman who catches it right near the outfield grass, about 15 feet fair. So 1 down as Adams makes the catch and the pop up by Sumption. That brings up Justin Kramer, the third baseman. Here's the set by Hunt. His pitch to Kramer. He bunts the ball foul off to the left, trying to bunt himself on. Justin is lined out to center and popped to short. Mentioned Post 22's 21st home run of the season. The record for home runs was set back in 1998. The team hit 68 home runs that year. There's a drive to right. That'll be in there for a base hit. The ball is fumbled by the right fielder, Richardson, and that will allow the runners to move up to second and third. So Kramer gets credit for a single, and then Richardson, the right fielder, bobbled the ball. It went behind him, and that'll be an error on the right fielder of Premier West. And Post 22 has runners at second and third now with 1 out for Connor King. So the first error of the game is charged to Premier West. King has an infield hit behind second. He's grounded out to short. He looks at a fastball, letter high for a strike on the outside corner. All Premier West is trailing by 4 here in the top of the 6th. They're bringing the infield in to the grass all the way around. The pitch on the way, and it's a little bit low for a ball. It's 1-1. One ball, 1 strike. The pitch is swung on line and caught by the shortstop, Kelly. Oh, Kelly backhanded that line drive about shoulder high with the infield in. He was up to the edge of the grass, remember, and he made a fine catch to take a hit away from Connor King. And fortunately, Kramer was not doubled off second. Sorensen had to hold the third, of course. 2 down now, and here's Walker Paz. Just a nice play by Kelly, the shortstop. Walker hits a foul off to the left. Walker is single to right, single to center, and scored in the third, and fly to deep right center in the 4th inning. So he's 2 for 3 off of Hunt. Big moment here. Post 22 could really open up a big lead. There's a pitch outside. A breaking ball just missed, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike on Paz. Here's the pitch on the way, and it's high and outside. Two balls and a strike. And the pitch outside. 3-1 on Walker. Zach Solano will hit next if Paz gets on. Pitch on the way. Gets away from the catcher. It's ball 4, but here comes Sorensen to score from third. Kramer goes to third. 5-0, Post 22 as Paz walks on a wild pitch, allowing the 5th run to score. Sorensen here in the 6th inning. So Zach Solano up with runners at the corners. Zach has hit into a double play. Walked, grounded out to short. There goes Paz. He got such a jump, they won't even have a play on him. The pitch is a slider strike on the outside corner for Solano. So Paz takes second to put runners at second and third. 1 strike on Solano. Pitch on the way. Breaking ball, strike 2 called. Inside edge. And it's 0-2. Here's the set and the pitch. Chopper foul at the plate. Count runs along at 2 strikes. So Rapid City adding a run here in the top of the 6th to lead 5-0. Still have Kramer at third, Paz at second now. 2 strikes on Solano. The pitch on the way. Strike 3 at the knees. I don't think Zach liked that call. Pitch looked a little bit down, but he is rung up by the home plate umpire. Third strikeout for Hunt. 2 runs for post 22 on 2 hits in the inning, and they leave a couple of men on base. There was 1 error on Premier West. So we head to the bottom half of the 6th inning now. It's 5-0. Post 22 is leading Premier West. You're listening to Post 22 Baseball from the Anytime Auto Sales Press Box from Denver on ESPN Radio, Rapid City.
A home run when you're hitting singles and doubles all day. Consistency wins games, and it's key to helping achieve your retirement goals. At Weitzel Financial Group, they believe they're there to help with your own ideals and goals. Head toward your field of dreams. Call Weitzel Financial Group for a consultation at 348-1152. Kurt Weitzel is a registered representative and investment advisor representative with and offers securities and advisory services through Commonwealth Financial Network member FINRAS IPC, a registered investment advisor. Weitzel Financial Group, 817 9th Street, Rapid City, South Dakota, 57701.
Riley McSherry back out onto the mound for post 22. So the Hardhats have a 5-0 lead going into the bottom of the 6th inning. Doubleheader here, 7 innings and doubleheaders. So McSherry's gone 5 innings, allowed 3 hits and no runs. Riley has walked 2, and he's recorded 1 strikeout. Top of the order for Premier West and Lance Kelly, the leadoff hitter, who's 2 for 2. And the pitch is outside for ball 1. Kelly singled to left in the 1st inning, singled to center in the 4th inning. Here's the pitch on the way. And it's a fastball outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Double check the count. 2-0 is the count. Now that pitch is outside. And the count is 3-0. 3 balls and no strikes. And the 3-0 pitch. Fastball, strike, belt high. Outside corner, 3-1. Riley gave up a walk last inning. 3-1 pitch is swung on and fouled back. And we have a full count, 3-2. Well, Colton Sherbinski will start the second game. Colton had a great relief appearance, you might recall. We worked 6 innings of shutout relief in Pierre on Memorial Day. There's a line drive to center. Here comes Connor King, and he grabs it. Ball hung up there, and Kelly lines out to center. He was going after his 3rd hit of the game. 1 down, and Jimmy LaCante, the 3rd baseman, coming up. Well, it was 40 years ago. Post 22 advanced to their first ever American Legion World Series. LaCante has hit into a short second to first double play and flied to right center, and he looks at a strike. Post 22 won that regional tournament up in Jamestown, North Dakota, in a winner-take-all championship game, defeating St. Cloud, Minnesota by a score of 7-0. Here's a foul out of play to the left. Jeff Andrews worked 8 shutout innings in that game for the win for Post 22. He was 17-0 after that win. Terry Brewer worked a scoreless 9th. The hitting star of that game was Pete Melendez, the center fielder who went 5 for 5 in that championship game 40 years ago. Pitch is up and away for a ball, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes on LaCante. One ball and 2 strikes to count. The pitch on the way. It's a ball just outside. Didn't miss by much, and it's a 2-2 count on LeConte. 1 out, bases empty for Premier West Colorado. Bottom half of the 6th inning. Post 22 with a 5-0 lead. Riley McSherry into his motion. Here's his pitch, and he misses outside, and he's run the string out. Riley had LeConte 0-2, and now it's a full count, 3-2. Trey Adams, the second baseman, on deck. Here's the pitch on the way. Swung on, a fly ball into shallow left. Sumption moving towards left center, makes the catch for out number 2. So that'll bring up Trey Adams, the number 3 hitter for Premier West. Their second baseman. He has grounded out to second and singled to right center. So Adams is 1 for 2. Here's the pitch on the way. And a fastball at the knees for a strike. Although McSherry, through the first 3 innings, faced the minimum 9 hitters, there hasn't been an inning yet that Premier hasn't had at least 1 base runner. There's a ground ball hit to short, scooped up nicely by Bowman. His throw is high, and Sorensen gets the tag on Adams going by. Jack Sorensen saving a throwing there for Cooper Bowman. And a 1-2-3 inning, first of the game for Riley McSherry. So we head to the 7th inning now. At the end of 6, it's Post 22, 5, Premier West, Colorado, nothing. You're listening to Post 22 Baseball from the Anytime Auto Sales Press Box from Denver, Colorado, here on ESPN Radio, Rapid City.
Some folks say it doesn't matter how you get the job done, as long as it gets done. To us, however, we won't be satisfied unless performance is coupled with integrity. Black Hills Insurance, a tradition of service since 1949.
Looks like we have a new pitcher coming in for Premier West, Colorado. Michael Verley is coming in to pitch. He's a right-hander. Michael Verley coming in to pitch for this Premier West team. He's pitched 4 other games, 4 innings. Has a 2.25 ERA. So for Post 22, it will be Cooper Bowman, the shortstop. Leading off, the number 3 hitter. And a sidearm breaking ball strike over the outside corner. Michael Verley, a side-arming right-hander. Bowman is lined to second. Grounded into a third to second force with the bases loaded, but knocked in 2 runs when both King and Paz scored on his infield out. And a pitch high and inside. Nicks Bowman, and he goes down to first base. Cooper had singled to center his last at bat, and he's hit by a pitch leading off the 7th inning. So, here's a breaking ball high to Timmy Paris. Paris has popped to short. Single to center, fly to right. Timmy 1 for 3. So Bowman at first base. Nobody out. And the pitch is outside. A throw to first. And the ball goes down the right field line. The catcher Jones tried to pick off Bowman, and that will be the second error of the game against Premier West. So Cooper at second base. 5-0. Post 22 leading here in the top of the 7th inning. They have 5 runs on 9 hits. No runs on 3 hits for Premier West. Here's the set by Verley. The pitch on the way, and it's a ball up high. So it's 3-0 on Paris, and Verley's really struggled with his control here to start the 7th inning. He hit Bowman. Cooper now at second. A pitch on the way, and that's a strike at the knees. 3-1 on Timmy Paris. Our second game will follow about 30 to 40 minutes after this game. There's a ball outside, and Paris walks. So Timmy draws a base on balls. Runners at first and second, and now Carter Deming is going to go in and run for Paris as they have a courtesy runner for the catcher or the pitcher if the pitcher is batting. Here's Todd Stevens. Todd was hit by a pitch in the second. Hit into a double play. 1-6-3, pitcher to short to first in the 3rd inning. Struck out swinging in the 5th. Todd 0 for 2. Here's the set. The pitch on the way. Sidearm breaking ball outside. 1 ball and no strikes. And Verley has not been able to command his pitches so far. The 1-0 pitch. Low and outside, 2-0. Stevens looking for a pitch that he can drive, but he'll be patient here with a 2-0 count. Ball 3 is low, and it's 3-0. So Verley behind Stevens 3-0. Here's the right-hander from the set. He delivers. And it's too low for ball 4. So he has hit Bowman, and then back-to-back walks here to Paris, and Stevens loads the bases and brings up Jack Sorensen. And Hines, the manager, is coming out for Premier West, joined by his entire infield. So post 22 already leading 5-0. Have Bowman at third, Paris at second, Stevens at first, nobody out. Jack Sorensen up. Sorensen has singled to left in the 2nd. He was hit by a pitch and scored in the 4th. Singled to left again in the 6th and scored a run. So Jack 2 for 2. Having just a great season so far. At the plate, he's played a good first base. Stepping in is Sorensen with runners at first, second, and third. And then you know what that means with Jack. Takes a pitch for a strike. The base is loaded, nobody out. Jack's 2 home runs this year, both grand slams. He's got a chance for another one here. Wouldn't that be something? Here's the set. Burley's pitch. Swung on, lined out into center field, and that drops in for a hit. Marquez fields it. Gets it back into the infield. An RBI single for Jack Sorensen, who is now 3 for 3 in the game. He drives in his 21st run. Bowman crossing the plate. Deming, the pitch runner, to third. Stevens to second. Sorensen at first, and here's Zach Sumption. Zach has struck out. Hit a 2-run homer over the left field fence in the 4th inning. And popped to second his last at bat. And he looks at a strike on the outside corner. A run in for post 22. Their lead is now 6-0. Here in the top half of the 7th inning, we're going to have a pinch runner now for Todd Stevens, the designated hitter at second base. So Sumption stepping out. We'll see who that pinch runner is, if we can pick up the number. Here's the pitch on the way. Sidearm breaking ball outside. A good grab by the Jones, the catcher. That pitch was way outside. Holden Jackson is the pinch runner at second base for post 22. Jackson running for Stevens. There's a swing and a fly ball into right center field. That's a long run, and it is going to be off the fence, rolling up against the wall in right center field. Sumption's going to have another extra base hit as Deming scores. Jackson scores, and heading to third base is Sumption. He'll go in standing with a triple as Sorensen scores. A bases loaded triple for Zach Sumption, 3 RBIs. And post 22 has scored 4 times here in the 7th. And they now lead by a score of 9-0. Still nobody out, and Justin Kramer up. Sumption's second triple of the year. He's had a triple and a home run in this game. As Kramer takes the ball down low, he has 4 RBIs for Sumption, gives him a total of 10 on the season. Here's the pitch, and a strike, letter high fastball to Kramer. Justin is lined out to center, popped to short, single to right. So he's 1 for 3. Here's the set by Burley and his pitch. Outside at the knees. 2 balls and a strike. Two balls and a strike. Kramer up. The infield is playing back. Here's the pitch on the way, and it's hit down the right field line, and that is a fair ball. Rolling down towards the corner, picked up in foul territory by Richardson, and Kramer will have a stand-up double. So it's a 5-run 7th inning for post 22, and they lead now 10-0. And Connor King coming up. Kramer's 4th double of the year. And RBI for Kramer, his 8th on the season. That brings up Connor King, the center fielder. 6 straight men have reached base here to start the top of the 7th for Rapid City. King has singled about behind second, grounded out to short, lined to short, and takes a strike at the knees. Connor came up and the infield was in the 6th inning. Runners at second and third. He lined out to the shortstop who made a fine play. There's a breaking ball strike on the outside edge. 0-2 on King. Michael Verley started this inning, responsible for all 5 runs. Kramer's at second base, 2 strikes on King. The right-hander's pitch, and a sidearm breaking ball high and outside. 1-2 the count. Walker Paz on deck for post 22. And the pitch. Breaking ball down and in. 2-2 the count. Two balls, 2 strikes. The pitch on the way. Swung on a foul. And Connor hangs in at 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes. Here's the set by Jones. His pitch on the way. Runner going to third. The pitch is high and outside. Throw to third, and it gets away from the third baseman, and safe is Kramer. Three and two now on King. Here's the pitch. He walked him. A fastball outside. And boy, this game has really deteriorated here, as Michael Verley has just struggled. So the leadoff man, Walker Paz, comes up with Kramer at third and King at first. Paz is single to right, single to center, flied to right center, and walked. Walker 2 for 3. Made a couple of nice plays defensively today and takes the ball low and outside. 1 ball and no strikes. 10-0. Post 22 leading here in the top of the 7th. And a fastball outside, 2-0. 5 runs in so far here in the 7th inning. It was scoreless through 2. And post 22 is pulled away, starting with 2 runs in the 3rd inning. And the pitch is outside. 3-0 on pause. Here's the pitch. And that's in for a strike, and it's 3-1. See if the Hardhats have a new pitcher in the 7th inning. Riley McSherry worked 6 shutout innings. Here's the pitch on the way, and it's ball 4 outside. Another walk. And here comes Coach Hines out, and that might be the end of the road for Michael Verley, who can't get anybody out here in the 7th inning. So we'll have a pitching change. A new pitcher coming in for the Premier West Colorado team. Hunter Stevens is coming in. So Hunter Stevens coming in for Premier West, their 3rd pitcher. Don't forget, Post 22 returns home on Thursday night. It's the 2017 Superior Black Hills Classic, sponsored by Superior Siding. 2 sites. Pool A will be at Fitzgerald Stadium. Pool B at Peatline Field. Post 22, Rapid City Post 320, the hosts of this Superior Siding Black Hills Classic. Post 22 at their site will have Sioux Falls East, Albuquerque, New Mexico, Sioux Falls West, Post 22. Post 320 will host Colorado Springs, Upper Deck, Montana, Mountain View, Colorado, and Cannon City, Colorado. Post 22's first game will be Thursday night. And they will play right now as we know it, Sioux Falls East. We mentioned earlier Alexandria, Minnesota had to pull out. They were scheduled to come to the tournament, but they had to pull out for a very good reason. For the first time in 45 years, they made the Minnesota High School baseball tournament. Minnesota always plays their high school tournament in the middle of June. So that has taken care of the Alexandria team, as their Legion team, of course, made up of their high school team, so they were unable to make it. But for the first time in 45 years, Alexandria to a state tournament over in Minnesota. Here's Zach Solano with the bases loaded, and the first pitch from Hunter Stevens is a ball inside. 1 ball, no strikes. 10-0, Rapid City leading here in the 7th inning. And a strike over the inside corner. Stevens, a right-hander. Runner at 3rd, Kramer. Runner at 2nd, King. Pause at 1st. 1 ball, 1 strike the count on Zach Solano, who is hit into a double play. Walked, grounded out to short, been called out on strikes. Here's the pitch. There's a line drive to left center field, a base hit. 1 run's going to score. That'll bring in a 2nd run, and heading to 3rd base, Paz. So Solano gets his first hit of the game, a single to left center to drive in 2 runs. Zach now with 28 RBIs on the season as Kramer and King score. 7 runs here in the top of the 7th for Post 22, and they lead now 12-0. Here's Cooper Bowman, who started this whole inning off. He was hit by a pitch. And he hits a ground ball to short. Throw to 2nd for 1. On to 1st for a double play. A run scores. No RBI, though. Paz scoring from 3rd, but no RBI for Bowman. 6-4-3 on the double play. 2 outs, nobody on. Cooper ends up 1 for 4 on the day with a couple of RBIs. 13-0 now, Hardhats, and here's Timmy Paris. Takes a breaking ball down in the dirt for ball 1. That skips back to the screen. 1 ball and no strikes. 1 ball on Paris now with the bases empty. Timmy swings and misses a breaking ball down from Hunter Stevens. 1 ball, 1 strike. Four hits in the inning for Post 22. Swinging a foul, and it's 1-2. But they've received 4 walks in the inning. It's been a hit batsman. There's been an error in the inning. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And Timmy takes the pitch down in the dirt. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Paris has popped to short, single to center, fly to right, walked and scored earlier this inning. Although Deming, the courtesy runner, was the man who actually crossed the plate. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Paris. The windup by Stevens, the pitch. Timmy grounds a foul outside of third, and the count runs along at 2-2. Our second game will begin about 30 to 40 minutes after the completion of this game. The pitch on the way, and that's low, and the count is full, 3-2. Three and two on Paris. Here's the pitch. Half swing, but he went too far. Breaking ball down and away. Strikes out Paris. Well, a big inning, though, for Post 22. They score 8 runs on 4 hits. There was an error, and nobody left on base. So we head now to the bottom of the 7th. And it's 13-0. Post 22 leading. And Post 22 will have a new pitcher to pitch the bottom of the 7th. Tommy Wall will be coming in to pitch when we return to Post 22 Baseball. Here from the Anytime Auto Sales Press Box on ESPN Radio, Rapid City.
Around here, when great places need a little love, great faces band together. Each year, First Interstate Bank employees help local organizations put a fresh coat of paint on homes of those in need. A small gesture, perhaps, but one that puts smiles on faces and strengthens bonds in the places we serve. First Interstate Bank. It's you and I together.
Tommy Wall coming in to pitch for Post 22 here in the bottom of the 7th. What a great outing for Riley McSherry. As Riley worked 6 innings, gave up 3 hits and no runs in the game. Riley walked 2, and he had 1 strikeout. And just 3 outs away from his 6th win of the season. Tommy Wall for Post 22 is coming on for his 9th appearance, his 8th relief appearance. 13 2/3 innings for Wall. He's allowed 14 hits. He's walked only 3, and he has struck out 17. Great ratio there for Tommy. His ERA is 2.05. And so far, teams are batting .255 against Tommy Wall. Tommy's 8th relief appearance. No wins or losses on the season. Tanner Garner up the left fielder. Fouls the pitch back to the screen. 1 strike. 13-0. Post 22 breaking it open. They had a comfortable lead of 5-0 going into the 7th inning, but came up with 8 runs in the top half of this inning. Now lead 13-0. Here's the pitch to Garner. Swinging another foul back, and it's 0-2. 4, 5, and 6 hitters here for Premier West in the bottom half of the 7th. Here's the pitch on the way. High and outside. 1-2 now on Tanner Garner. Garner is grounded out to short and fouled out to Kramer. Right-handed batter is 0 for 2. Tommy Wall. Swing to its windup. The right-hander's pitch. Check swing, bounce foul off to the right. Still a ball and 2 strikes. Colton Sherbinski will be starting game 2 for Post 22. Colton's pitched some great baseball recently. 2-0 record. Here's the pitch on the way. Another foul back and out of play. So the count runs along at 1 ball and 2 strikes. The windup by Wall. Here's his pitch. Foul ball. So Garner really hanging in with a count of 1 ball and 2 strikes. Carter Deming is at third base for Post 22 to start the bottom of the 7th. Pitch comes in and it's low and outside. Here's the 2-2 offering. Just outside. Letter high just off the outside corner, and Wall has a full count. Three balls, 2 strikes. Tommy Wall's pitch. Ground ball hit to the right of second. Pause over, backhands it, and can't make a play. Excellent effort by Walker Pause. It'll be a base hit for Garner. So hit number 4 in the game for Premier West. A diving attempt by Walker to get to the ball. Here's Nate Kajowski, the designated hitter. Number 5 hitter has been called out on strikes and flied out to right center. Wall from the set. He delivers. Up and in for ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. Post 22 with 13 runs on 13 hits in the game. Here's the pitch on the way. Breaking ball misses outside. 2-0 the count. Well, his third out to this bottom of the 7th proving to be difficult. Wall throws a strike there on the outside edge. Tip of the hat, though, to Riley McSherry. Great effort this afternoon. 6 shutout innings of 3 hit ball. 2-1 pitch. There's a line drive and 1 hop scooped up by Paz to Bowman for 1 to first baseman Ferdinand for the double play. Nice play. Walker Paz flashing some leather there. 4-6-3 double play. The third double play of the game for Post 22. Their 25th double play of the season here in their 22nd game. That was just some nifty glove work by Walker Paz. Here's Mike Marquez, the center fielder. And he looks at a strike at the knees. He has walked and been hit by a pitch. So 1 out away from this first game win. Here's the pitch on the way. Outside a ball. And it's 1-1. $13 to nothing. Bottom of the 7th. Bases empty, 2 out for Premier West. The pitch on the way. A pop-up on the infield. Cooper Bowman is coming in. He's calling for it behind the pitching mound on the infield grass. He grabs it, and the game is over. No runs for Premier in the bottom of the 7th. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left on base. Final score, Post 22 13, Premier West, nothing. We'll be back with the totals and highlights and wrap this one up in just a moment from the Anytime Auto Sales Press Box here on ESPN Radio, Rapid City.
Zero goes with things like this. This. And this. Coke Zero tastes like this.
He shoots, he scores!
It sounds like this. It feels like this. So when the game is on, try it with this. Coke Zero. Real Coca-Cola taste. 0 calories, 0 sugar.
See what happens in game 2 here in Denver, Colorado, at All-Star Field. It just moved.
Final score in our first game of our doubleheader, 13-0, post 22. Great pitching effort for Riley McSherry. 6 innings, 3 hits, no runs, 2 walks, and a strikeout. And Zach Sumption providing a 2-run home run in the 4th and a 3-run triple in the 7th inning. 5 RBIs in the game for Zach Sumption. I have to give him, have to step in for Mark Benetti today to get our MVP, Destin. So you have Zach Sumption, but then Riley McSherry's great pitching effort. It was a 0-0 game in the 3rd inning. Post 22 got a couple of runs in on a bases loaded infield out. Cooper Bowman drove in 2 runs. King scored from 3rd, but Walker Paz scored all the way from 2nd with some daring base running. 2-run homer by Sumption in the 4th made it 4-0. Post 22 added a run in the 5th inning. I should say in the 6th inning to make it 5-0 going into the 7th inning. And Rapid City scored 8 runs in the 7th. Highlighted by that bases-loaded triple by Zach Sumption. 13 runs, 13 hits, no errors, and 6 left for Post 22. No runs, 4 hits, 2 errors, and 3 left for Premier West Colorado. They dropped to 6-2 on the season. Post 22 wins their 13th game in a row and now have a record of 20 wins and 2 losses on the season. Tommy Wall worked a scoreless 7th inning in relief. Walker Paz, good game defensively, had a couple of hits, also walked twice. He was on base 4 times. And other hitters who had a good day, Jack Sorensen, 3 for 3 for Jackie, scored 3 runs, had an RBI. Mentioned Sumption's 2-run homer and 3-run triple, 2 for 4 for Zach, 5 RBIs, extended his hitting streak to 7 games. Justin Kramer, he had a couple of hits and 4 at-bats and an RBI. Post 22 winning 13-0. So I guess I have to go with our team MVP to Riley McSherry. He worked 6 innings, 3 hits, no runs, 2 walks, and 1 strikeout. And kudos to Zach Sumption for a great game for Post 22. Our second game will be coming up here between 30 and 40 minutes here on ESPN Radio, Rapid City. The final in our first game, Post 22, 13, and Colorado West, Premier West, nothing. We'll return, as I said, between 30 and 40 minutes probably here on ESPN Radio. This is Tom Rudebush. Good afternoon from Denver.
Keeps going on, and the melody of my escape, vibration on my soul, it sends me to the peak. Can we find any light? Will
This is Tom.
I first met him 10 years ago. Almost 10 years to the weekend. Consider a down year. It's brief. So I have 4 games.
You know, it's school's over. This gets more intense now as we go through June and July. A lot more games. Let's talk about our pitching. How would you evaluate it up to this point?
Yeah, it's been okay. It's been okay. That's the best way I can put it. We need to prove, not only to ourselves, but to everyone else, that we can get good hitters out. And we're going to find out this weekend if we can do that. Now, this weekend's going to be wood bat. I think it's going to help everybody on the field. So it'll be interesting. I'm just as curious as anybody.
How you prepared for this 4-game series? Talk about your pitching. Who are we going to see starting to these 4 games?
Yeah, so on Saturday here, we're going to have Riley McSherry on the front half of the doubleheader with Colton Sherbinsky starting the 2nd game. And then game 1 on Sunday, we'll have Kyle McGuire. And then on the last day, or on the last game of the day on Sunday, we'll have Zach Cholas.
Let's talk about the hitting. You talk about a wood bat games here for the next 4 games. Team is scoring about 11 runs per game, Mitch. We're hitting almost 350 as a team. Are you pleased with the hitting, and how much of the competition so far still, as you play Denver, you mentioned their good pitching. We're going to see a lot better pitching, so we might see some of those averages come down a little bit.
Yeah, that's what we want to see. We want to see good arms. I want to see how we handle above average high school arms, and I'm hoping to see that here in the next, for the remainder of the season, really. And so I guess I don't know. A good portion of this group, they've been together now for the last 3 to 4 years. I know they can hit good pitching. We've got guys that we've kind of inserted into the lineup here this year that are new to the varsity team, and we're curious to see if they can do it. So, like I said, this is a fun weekend. I'm curious, just like everyone else. I want to see what some of our guys can do.
One other question pertaining to the hitting. Are you surprised at all? And we've played 21 games. As a team, you've hit 20 home runs. Has the power surge surprised you at all this early?
Yes and no. We prepare for that. That's kind of the way we've trained. We've talked about that before. Our kids work hard in the off season, both in the cage and out of the cage, to get their bodies ready to play at a high level. So yes and no. I mean, some of the guys that are lifting the ball out of the park, it's been a surprise. You got Petrie, Paris, and Solano, who you expect to be able to drive the baseball, but there's been some pleasant surprises.
Any other thing you want to add so far? We've got a winning streak that's reached 12 games going into these 4 games with Premier Colorado. Anything else that you might want to point out about the team to this point?
I talked about it before. The cohesiveness of this group is really pretty good. These guys get along really well. They mesh together. So really, I'm just hoping in the next 3 weeks we can have our back against the wall a few times and see how we respond.
This has been Mitch Messer with Tom Rudebush. We're previewing the Premier West Colorado games, which begin Saturday afternoon in Denver. This is Tom Rudebush for Post 22 Baseball, and today we are in Denver, Colorado. You might be able to see the Rocky Mountains in the background as Post 22 prepares to play 4 games against Premier West Colorado here in Denver. With me is Timmy Paris, the starting catcher for Post 22. And Timmy, starting catcher, you've caught about 90% of the games so far this season. How do you prepare yourself mentally and physically, knowing that you're going to be taking a beating for 90% of the games?
Oh, I think the preparation's the same every day. I mean, if I can't take any games off, knowing that I'll probably catch most of the games. So just keeping the same focus and the same attention to preparation is really what I strive for.
Let's talk about the pitching. And when you're behind the plate during the course of the season, you may catch 10, 12 different pitchers. And I would assume that each of those pitchers have a little different personality. So how do you kind of adjust when you deal with your starting pitchers and try to work with them through the course of a game?
Oh, well, really every pitcher has their own pitches that they like to throw and that they're comfortable with. So really it's about knowing what the pitcher is going to be best at doing is what they're going to be most comfortable at. So knowing that and then knowing just kind of who they are as a person, I guess, is what helps me call pitches and deal with every pitcher.
So you know, calling pitches, you might have to adjust your thinking to what the pitcher might want to do.
Yeah, and I mean that goes along with the comfortability. You know, if the pitcher isn't really comfortable with the pitch, then they're probably not going to be really as eager to throw it. So really knowing that is kind of what will help them more effective as well. So.
Talk about hitting, and you've had a very good season at plate. You're leading the team in doubles, leading the team in RBIs. Think back a few years ago, what do you think are the biggest skills that you've learned in hitting the baseball that you can implement today that you didn't have a clue about maybe 2-3 years ago?
Really it's about relaxing, I guess, and kind of taking my own pace. I mean, if I kind of conform to the pitcher's pace, I guess, then I guess he's kind of in control. But really it's about slowing it down and kind of just taking it one pitch at a time, I guess.
You know, I noticed in some games you're very patient, but I noticed there was one recent game, I think it was over in Pierre, where you swung at the first pitch on all 4 of your at-bats. Does it just depend on if you feel you can get a pitch to hit, whether you'll do that or whether you want to work the count deeper?
Oh, I love hitting the first pitch, I guess. Sometimes I have to adjust the approach and kind of be a little bit more patient, but if I think that the pitcher's going to give me a good first strike fastball or whatever, a good pitch, then I'm going to be ready to hit that pitch and not go too deep into the count.
You know, you're done with school. You're going to be going on to bigger and better things, playing college baseball at South Dakota State. And talk a little bit about what you would like to do post-22 career, outside of play college baseball. Down the road, if pro baseball doesn't work out, what would you like to do?
I think I'd like to attend medical school and then kind of work into a career like in orthopedic surgery or something like that. So.
Wow. Yeah. I'll have to remember that. Timmy Paris has joined us from Denver, Colorado. We're here in Denver to play Pregame West out of Colorado, a 4-game series beginning on Saturday afternoon. For Timmy Paris, this is Tom Rudebush for Post 22 Baseball.
stay with him. And she's a pet steward. And so we were like talking about it because I was like, yeah. And we were asking like her dad was there. And he was like, you know, like go and ask him if he knows you. Bill's dad just told they like cry or what? Yeah.
They all thought they were LeBron James, Lawrence Taylor.
Oh really?
The ones that didn't think that.
I don't know, it just happened. Because Bell's dad is crazy. That's awkward. So awkward. No, it's too far. And then it was super awkward. We were like playing so 11. And we were like asking questions like, give me like brother and like wedding dress. Okay, because he'll like fall on married. Because you saw like the wedding dress, and you're just talking about like the guys that you're married. Yeah. We're like, so awkward.
If he comes and he lives with us, we'll have him. You have him in our car.
Walker Paz leading off the second game for Post 22 has just hit the ball over the right field fence for his first home run of the season off the starting pitcher, right-hander Charlie Olson for Premier West. And Post 22 has Zach Solano at the plate now. But Walker Paz over the right field fence, jumped on that first pitch and just hit his first home run of the year. Now Solano's on with a walk, and the pitch is low and outside to Cooper Bowman. Zach Solano, who just walked in that first game, was 1 for 4 with 2 RBIs. There's a ground ball hit, and it deflects off the pitcher. It rolls out into right field on a hot smash. Cooper Bowman has a hit, and Solano goes to second. A hot smash right back through the box, which deflected off the pitcher, and so runners at first and second. Paz hitting a home run to start the game. Solano then walked, and now Bowman has a hot smash off the pitcher. And they're runners at first and second, and the coach is coming out to check on his pitcher, Charlie Olson, if he is okay. It deflected off one of his legs. He says he's all right. So Post 22 will have runners at first and second. Hitter will be the cleanup man, Timmy Paris. A few extra tosses being given the starting pitcher, Charlie Olson, to see if he's physically okay. And he says he is, and Coach Hines returns to the first base Premier West dugout. Post 22 winning the first game 13-0. Their 13th win in a row. They're 20-2 on the season now. 6-2 for Premier West after their loss. Here's Timmy Paris up. The set by Olson, the right-hander's pitch. That's in for a strike. Timmy Paris in the first game was 1 for 4, had a single, 1 for 4. Here's the pitch on the way. Breaking ball, stays inside. 1 ball, 1 strike on Timmy Paris. 2 on, nobody out, a run in already. Here on the home run by Walker Paz. Here's the set and the pitch on the way. Fastball is high, and it's 2-1. Timmy, who had a .333 average coming into the doubleheader. He has 10 doubles to lead the team, 29 RBIs. Sharp ground ball to second, bobbled by the second baseman Adams. He's able to recover it and throw to first for the out. Let the runners move up. Boy, Adams had a double play ball, but he fumbled the ball, and that eliminated any chance for the double play, and it moves the runners up. Solano to third, Bowman to second with 1 out now, and the hitter is Jack Sorensen, the designated hitter. Jack played first base in the first game. Will Moore playing first base, battling for that starting job here in the second game. And there's a drive out into deep left center by Sorensen, and that ball is in the gap, rolling all the way to the fence in deep left center field. 2 runs will score. Sorensen to third, the throw, and he is out at third base. So Sorensen will get credit for a 2-run double. Zach Solano and Cooper Bowman score. And then Sorensen out at third base. 8-6-5, I believe, the scoring play. Center fielder to the shortstop to the third baseman. And now here is Zach Sumption up, and he pops the first pitch up on the infield. And the shortstop, Kelly, makes the catch. And Zach, who had a 3-run triple, a 2-run homer in the first game, drove in 5 runs, pops out to start his game here in the second game. 3 runs for Post 22 in this first inning. So 3 runs on 3 hits in the inning, and nobody left on base. We go to the bottom half of the first inning. Post 22 leads Premier West 3-0. You're listening to Post 22 Baseball from the Anytime Auto Sales Press Box on ESPN Radio, Rapid City.
Great faces, great places. Wet paint? Yep. And around here, when great places need a little love, great faces band together. Each year, First Interstate Bank employees help local organizations put a fresh coat of paint on homes of those in need. A small gesture, perhaps, but one that puts smiles on faces and strengthens bonds in the places we serve. First Interstate Bank. It's you and I together.
Post 22 off to a great start with a 3-run first inning. And they lead 3-0 as Premier West comes to bat here in the bottom of the first against Colton Sherbinski. Colton with 2 wins, no losses on the season. This is his 5th appearance. Actually only a 2nd start, though. And, of course, he got a late start to the season coming off some shoulder issues. He's pitched 14 and a third innings, allowed 11 hits, 8 walks, 18 strikeouts in 14 and a third innings, a 1.47 earned run average for Colton. The right-hander. Teams are batting just .208 against Colton on the season. Here is Lance Kelly, the shortstop, a left-handed batter, and the first pitch is a ball, and it's 1-0. Kelly in the first game had 2 hits for Premier West in that leadoff spot. He was 2 for 3, looks at a strike here, and the count is 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 the count. And a strike is called, and it's 1-2. Lance Kelly with the outfield straightaway. Waiting on a 1-2 pitch here from Sherbinski. It's on the way. Bouncing ball hit to the left of second baseman. Pause, and he boots the ball, and it goes into right field. So that'll be an error on Walker, who had a fine defensive first game. But he commits an error here in the bottom of the first inning. So Kelly is on at first base, and here's Jimmy LeConte, the designated hitter. LeConte was 0 for 3 in the first game. Flied out twice, hit into a double play. Left-handed batter. And Sherbinski's pitch is a slider down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. 1 ball and no strikes. Here's the set. The 1-0 pitch. Strike on the outside corner. 1 ball and 1 strike. A breaking ball he brought back in over the outside corner. 1-1 on LeConte. 1 ball, 1 strike. Pitch on the way is a little chopper to the first baseman, Will Moore. He took a high hop, and Moore grabs it and steps on the base for an unassisted putout, but Kelly advances to second. So LeConte out unassisted to Will Moore at first base, and that'll bring up Tanner Garner, the third baseman. Justin Kramer at third for post 22. Cooper Bowman at short. Walker Paz at second. Moore is at first base. Will Moore, Zach Sumption in left. King in center, Solano in right. Timmy Paris catching. Here's Colton Sherbinski from the set. His pitch. Fastball popped up. It's a fair ball, and the first baseman Moore on the infield dirt, about 2 feet from the outfield grass. 3 or 4 feet fair, grabs it for out number 2. So that'll bring up Trey Adams, the second baseman, the cleanup hitter. Adams was 1 for 3 in the first game. He had a single. One of the 4 Premier West hits in that first game. Adams a right-handed batter, and Sherbinski's pitch is a fastball strike on the inside corner. 0-1 the count. Leading from second is Kelly. He reached on an error. And the pitch is hit foul off to the right. So Sherbinski jumps ahead of Trey Adams here. 0-2. Rapid City has scored 3 in the first to take a 3-0 lead. A leadoff homer from Walker Paz. 2-run double from Jack Sorensen. No balls and 2 strikes. Sherbinski looking into Timmy Paris for the sign. Looks back at second at Kelly. The pitch on the way. High and outside. 1-2 now on Adams. Two out. Here's the set. A pitch on the way. Is swung on. Another pop-up. This one's a foul ball. Will Moore's going to have another play as he runs up on it and grabs it in front of the first base Premier West dugout in foul territory. Good inning for Sherbinski. No runs, no hits. There was 1 Rapid City error. 1 man left on base. And at the end of 1 inning of play here in Denver, post 22, looking for their 14th win in a row. They lead Premier West by a score of 3-0. From the Anytime Auto Sales press box on ESPN Radio, Rapid City.
With more than 300 pediatric experts in 35 specialty areas, Sanford Children's offers the care that matters to your family. At the Castle of Care, we are committed to bringing in the latest and most advanced technology and services to care for your children. And having the largest team of specialists in the region means your child can receive expert, individualized care close to home. At Sanford Children's, we promise to put your family first. To learn more, visit childrens.sanfordhealth.org.
3-0 post 22 after the first inning of play. Will Moore, Justin Kramer, and Connor King will come up for post 22. Will Moore in the season with 23 at-bats, 5 hits, hitting .217. Will has 2 doubles and 2 triples among his 5 hits. Knocked in 3 runs, a .217 average. Will Moore, who throws left-handed and hits right-handed. Number 7 hitter in the post 22 order against Charlie Olson, the starting pitcher here for Premier West. Post 22. Winning the first game again, 13-0, as Will Moore takes a pitch at the knees for a strike. Rapid City scoring 8 runs in the 7th inning to blow the game open. Low and outside, 1-1 on Moore. 1 ball, 1 strike. The pitch on the way. There's a line drive into right field. A solid base hit for Will Moore. So a leadoff single for Will. Hit number 4 for post 22. Here's Justin Kramer up, the third baseman, batting 8th in the order. Justin in the first game had 2 hits in 4 at-bats. He had an RBI. He swings and bounces a foul. Back to the screen, 1 strike. Justin had his 4th double of the year, his 8th RBI in the 7th inning of that first game. Here's the set now by Olson, the right-hander's pitch. Breaking ball swung on, a ground ball out to Adams. Flips to second for 1, on to first for 2. Nicely done double play there for Premier West. 4-6-3. Second to short to first, and 2 quick outs now for post 22 in the top of the second. That is the 4th double play turned in these 2 games. Premier West had 3 double plays in the first game, and they pick up 1 here in the second inning. Leading here in the number 9 spot, Connor King looks at a strike over the outside corner. Connor has an infield hit in 3 at-bats in that first game, scored a couple of runs, also had a walk. Here's the windup by Olson, the pitch, and a breaking ball hangs high and outside. 1-1 on Connor King. And the pitch. And it's low for a ball, 2-1. Connor's glove so valuable in the outfield. If he can hit a little bit, that's a big plus. He lifts a fly ball to center. Marquez coming in a few steps to his right, grabs it, and that retires the side. King flies out to center. No runs for post 22. They had 1 hit, nobody left on base. We go to the bottom of the second. Post 22, 3. Premier West, Colorado, nothing. From the Anytime Auto Sales press box, you're listening to Post 22 Baseball on ESPN Radio, Rapid City.
You don't have to try to hit a home run when you're hitting singles and doubles all day. Consistency wins games, and it's key to helping achieve your retirement goals. At Weitzel Financial Group, they believe they're there to help with your own ideals and goals. Head toward your field of dreams. Call Weitzel Financial Group for a consultation at 348-1152. Kurt Weitzel is a registered representative and investment advisor representative with and offers securities and advisory services through Commonwealth Financial Network member FINRAS IPC, a registered investment advisor. Weitzel Financial Group, 817 9th Street, Rapid City, South Dakota, 57701. You don't have to try to hit a home run.
5, 6, and 7 hitters to come up against Colton Sherbinski in the bottom half of the second. Colton had a good first inning. The only man to reach against him reached on an error. That error for Post 22, their first of their doubleheader, their 26th of the season. Trying to get those errors below 1 per game would be excellent, because their double play total is better than 1 per game, which is excellent. Post 22 had 3 double plays in that first game, and they now have 25 double plays. They're playing their 23rd game here in this game 2 of the doubleheader. Nate Kujawski, the first baseman up, number 5 hitter, right-handed batter, and a fastball strike from Sherbinski, and it's 0-1. One ball, no balls, 1 strike. And there's a ground ball base hit through the hole to left field. So Kujawski has a single to left, a ground ball between Kramer and Bowman, and that'll bring up Hunter Stevens, the left fielder. Hunter Stevens, a right-handed batter. Didn't bat in that first game. Came in relief in the last inning. Bunts at the pitch and misses for strike 1. More holding with Kujawski at first. Here's the set. They pitch on the way. A check swing foul off to the right. And Sherbinski ahead, 2 strikes on Stevens. Our doubleheader tomorrow starts at 9:30. Tomorrow morning, 9:30 in the morning. Post 22 and Premier West here from Denver. No balls and 2 strikes. Here's the set. The pitch on the way. In there, strike 3 called over the inside corner. Stevens is called out. First strikeout for Sherbinski, who is averaging better than a strikeout an inning coming in. That brings up Miguel Marquez, the center fielder, number 7 hitter. He was 0 for 1 in the first game, popped to short. He was also hit by a pitch and walked, and a pitch on the outside edge for a strike. 0-1 on Marquez. Outfield straight away. Infield double play depth. More holds with Kujawski. Here's the set by Sherbinski, the pitch. And it's down low for a ball. 1-1. 3-0. Post 22 leading here. Premier West Colorado bats in the bottom of the second. Here's the set. And the pitch. Strike, letter high on the outside edge. Close pitch there, but Sherbinski got the call, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Colton ready again. The pitch, that's down low. And the count is 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the set. And the pitch. Swing and a miss. He had an off-speed breaking ball. Had Marquez out in front of it. Second strikeout for Sherbinski. 2 down. Now runner at first for Premier West Colorado here in the bottom of the second. Otto Jones coming up the catcher. Jones grounded out to second, fouled out to third. He was 0 for 2 in the first game. Right-handed batter. Here's the set by Sherbinski. His pitch, and it's too high. Ball 1. Colton's retired all 6 men now since the leadoff man Kelly reached on the air. 6 in a row. No, I'm sorry, the leadoff single here by Kujawski. Trying to forget that. Throw to first base, and Kujawski is back. Sherbinski at the belt. The pitch on the way. And it's too low for a ball. One ball and one strike. And the pitch, high and inside. 2-1 the count on Jones. Colorado has a runner at first base and 2 outs. And post 22 with a 3-0 lead. Here's the set and the pitch. And Colton misses low, and he's run the count to 3-1 now. 3 balls and 1 strike on Otto Jones. Hitting 8th in the order. Here's the set. The pitch on the way. A foul back on out of play. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Two outs here in the last half of the second. Runner will be going off of first base. Kujawski. Here's the pitch. Low and outside. Ball 4. So Sherbinski walks Jones. Runners at first and second, 2 out for Premier West. And Mark Hunter coming up, the right fielder. Hunter did not play in the first game. Right-handed batter. So 2 on for Premier West and 2 out here in the bottom of the second. Here's the set. And the pitch. Too high with a fastball. And it's ball 1. And the pitch. Inside and low. Didn't miss by much. Good pitch, but it's called a ball. 2-0. Hunter, the number 9 hitter in the order. 2-ball count the pitch. And he hit the outside corner there, and it's 2-1 now. Two balls, 1 strike. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball in there. Good one. Sherbinski snapping that pitch off, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes over the inside corner. Number 9 hitter. You got to go after him here with a 2-2 count. Colton ready. Here's the pitch. And it missed inside and low, and it's ball 3. 3-2 the count. So again, the runners will be off with the pitch. Kujawski from second. Jones from first. Here's the pitch on the way, and he walked him high and inside. So that loads the bases. Colton had 2 strikeouts in the inning, but now he's issued 2 walks. So the bases are loaded. Paris going out to take the ball out to Sherbinski. The entire infield is huddling with their pitcher now. Mitch Messer is not out there, but the infield came in to try to encourage Sherbinski, who's put himself into a hole here. Kujawski had a leadoff single, then he struck out the next 2 men, and he's walked the last 2. So the bases are loaded, 2 outs. Kelly up. He reached on an error in the first inning. He's now 2 for 4 in the doubleheader, left-handed batter. Dangerous hitter here with the bases loaded and 2 out. Here's the pitch. And a strike in there. 0-1 on Kelly. You just tuned in. Post 22 won the first game 13-0. 6 innings of shutout ball for Riley McSherry. A 2-run homer, a 3-run triple for Zach Sumption. There's a high fly ball to left field. That might be a long run. And no, Sumption is there over near the line. He grabs it. And that retires the side. Looked like that might be trouble when it left the bat, but it hung up there out in left field, and Sumption didn't have any trouble making the catch. No runs, 1 hit. No Rapid City errors. 3 men left on base for Premier West. And at the end of 2, Rapid City Post 22 leads Premier West Colorado by a score of 3-0 here on ESPN Radio, Rapid City, and the Anytime Auto Sales Press Box.
Coke Zero goes with things like this. This. And this. Coke Zero tastes like this.
He shoots, he scores!
It sounds like this. It feels like this. So when the game is on, try it with this. Coke Zero. Real Coca-Cola taste. 0 calories, 0 sugar.
Tom Rudebush in Denver, Colorado. Mark Benetti, our partner, is out this weekend. His brother was graduating from college out in New York. So we hope Mark's having a good time. No doubt he is. Dustin Heumann, our director on our Hardhats-TV broadcast, with me as we begin the 3rd inning here from Denver. Walker Paz hit a home run to start this game as the pitch comes in down low for ball 1. Walker's first home run of the season, his 11th RBI. Another pitch is low, 2-0. Charlie Olson gave up 3 runs in the first inning, got through the second unscathed. Here's the pitch to Paz. Strike at the knees, low outside corner. Good pitch there by Olson. Good take by Paz. Not much he could do with that pitch. And the pitch. There's a chopper towards short. Fielded by Kelly. His throw to first base is good for the out. So Paz is out short to first. 1 down in the post 22 third. And that brings up Zach Solano. Zach drew a walk and scored in the first inning. 1 for 4 officially in the doubleheader so far, with a couple of walks, a couple of RBIs, a run scored. That he got in the first inning. Pitch is outside, ball 1. 1-0 the count. And the pitch is swung on and bounced into the line out into left field for a base hit. Solano has a single. Hit number 5 for post 22. A 1-out single by Solano, and here's Cooper Bowman, the shortstop. 390 to straightaway center. It's 330 down the right field line, 325 down the left field line. Here's Cooper Bowman as the throw goes to first. Cooper hit a smash off the pitcher Olson for an infield hit. In the first inning, the ball deflected out into short right field. Olson from the set now. A long look, the pitch, runner goes, and a slow breaking ball for a strike, and the throw to second not nearly in time. Solano got a great jump, plus the pitch was a very slow breaking ball. So Zach has a stolen base, 9th of the season, and Bowman is up with a count of 1 strike. 1 out now, Solano at second base, top of the 3rd inning. 3-0, post 22 leading. Now time is called. Olson is taking a lot of time out there in the mound right now. Here's the set by Olson. And his pitch. Nope, time is called. Olson again taking a long time. Cooper called timeout. The umpire flung up his hands to call time just as the pitcher was starting his windup. Now the stretch again by Olson, his pitch. And a breaking ball is high. Count is even at 1-1 on Cooper Bowman. Post 22 trying to add to their 3-0 lead here in the top of the third inning. Here's the pitch. Down low, and it squirts through the legs of the catcher, and over to third goes Solano. Pitch down in the dirt. Jones tried to block it as good as he could. A wild pitch allowing Solano to go to third. So Bowman has a count of 2 balls and a strike now. The infield is going to come up to the edge of the grass for Colorado. Leading from third, Solano. Here's the pitch. And a fastball is too high. 3-1 now on Cooper. Timmy Paris on deck. Post 22 came into this doubleheader averaging 11 runs per game. They didn't hurt it in that first one. Foul ball off to the right out of play, and it's a full count on Bowman now, 3-2. Post 22 had 13 runs on 13 hits. And no errors in that first game. Premier West had no runs, 4 hits, and 2 errors. Rapid City scoring 8 runs in the top of the 7th inning. Here's the pitch to Bowman. A liner foul off to the right. Still 3 balls and 2 strikes. Solano at third with 1 out. Post 22 pitching has not allowed Premier West to score a run so far. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball is swung on and popped up off to the left, but it's going to be out of play. Still 3-2 on Cooper Bowman. Three balls and 2 strikes. And the pitch. Swing and a miss. A pitch down. Cooper swung over it. And a strikeout for Olson. That's his first strikeout in the game. 2 down. And it brings up Timmy Paris. Timmy grounded out to second his first at bat. 1 for 4 in the first game, so he's 1 for 5 in the doubleheader. Here's the set by Olson, the pitch on the way. And a breaking ball, letter high, it's called a strike. 0-1 on Paris. And the pitch. Breaking ball in there, strike 2 called. 0-2 on Paris. Solano at third with 2 out. Wind is blowing across the field from the left field foul pole across towards the right field pole. Old Glory is whipping pretty good at this moment. The pitch. Curveball high. And it's 1-2. One ball and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Pop in the air, center field. Running in Marquez. And the shortstop goes out, and neither of them can catch the ball. In to score is Solano. Shortstop went out. That breeze we were just talking about affected that ball. It blew it from the left field side of second base to the right field side of second base. And let's see. Anyway, it's 4-0 post 22. The error, I believe, is going to go. No. Yep, it's going to be an error apparently. And the batter is Jack Sorensen. He swings and misses for a strike. Jack doubled in 2 runs to left center field in his first at bat. First game he was 3 for 3 with an RBI, so Jack is 4 for 4 in the doubleheader. He's got to keep getting his average up there close to Eric Petrie. Eric, of course, still out with a mid-body injury. And the target is for Eric to be back playing on Thursday when Post 22 opens play in their tournament, Black Hills Classic. Pitch on the way, tails inside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Well, they've got 5 hits up on the board for Post 22. And I've got Post 22 with 5 hits before Paris's ball, but they don't have any errors up for Premier West. 2 strikes is a foul by Jack Sorensen. So Post 22 now leads 4-0 here in the top of the 3rd inning. Here's the set by Olson. And the pitch. Swung on, rolled to short. Kelly fumbles it. And everybody is safe. Boy, Premier West is struggling. So the second error of the inning. And the batter is Zach Sumption. Deming, the pinch runners at second base for Paris. Sorensen at first base on the air. Here's Zach Sumption, who popped to short his first at bat and takes the pitch down low for ball 1. 4-0. Post 22 here in the 3rd and looking for a 2-out hit from Sumption to increase that lead, and Zach pops it up. Behind the plate, coming back is Jones, the catcher, but the ball lands over the fence. 1 ball, 1 strike. Zach with 5 RBIs in that first game was 2 for 4. He's 2 for 5 in the doubleheader. Hit his first home run of the season in the 4th inning of the first game, a 2-run homer. Had a bases loaded triple in the 7th. 2 on, 2 out. Sumption up with a 1-1 count, and Olson turns, looks towards second, but nobody within 20 feet of the bag defensively for Premier West. Now the pitch. Good breaking ball dropping in for a strike. 1-2 on Sumption. Just no consistency so far for Charlie Olson in his pitches. Here's a little nubber at the plate. It's a foul ball. In all fairness, he should be out of the inning twice over. Paris's ball hit the center was an error. Then Sorensen reached on an error. Any runs scored this inning? Unearned against Olson. There's a ground ball into left field. A base hit. Here comes Deming to score. And it's now 5-0. So runners at first and second. A ground ball single for Sumption in the left field. Courtesy runner Deming scoring for Paris. Sorensen going to second. And now Will Moore up. 5-0. Post 22 here in the 3rd inning. Moore single to right his first at bat. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball up over his head for ball 1. Olson really struggling with his command. We've seen this in the Premier West pitchers so far. They used 3 pitchers in that first game. And there's a breaking ball letter high for a strike. 1-1 on Will Moore, hitting 7th in the order. Post 22 with the lead. Here's a pitch down low, a breaking ball. And it's 2-1 on Will. And the pitch. And a fastball is high. 3-1 on Will Moore with Justin Kramer on deck. 5-0 Post 22 here in the top half of the 3rd inning. Here's the pitch. Low and inside for ball 4, and that loads the bases. Boy, those errors have just killed Premier West in this inning. Here's Coach Hines coming out.
Sorensen at third, Suchin at second, and down to first base.
And he wants to talk with his team.
Pitching coach for the Cardinals. We may see a change.
5-0 post 22. The hitter will be Justin Kramer. Olson will stay in.
And on the backside, and Olsen will stay out.
Kramer hit into a second to short to first double play in the second inning. Justin was 2 for 4 in the first game with an RBI double. 2 for 5 in the doubleheader. Bases loaded, 2 out. Here's the set. Olson delivers. And a fastball in for a strike. Mitch Messer in the third base coach's box. Sure, in this heat, it was 95 degrees to start the doubleheader. Breaking ball in the dirt. And it's 1-1, and I don't think it's cooled off at all. Right now, the temperature 94. Here's the pitch. Strike, a fastball over the inside edge. And it's 1-2 on Justin Kramer. Runners take their lead from every base. The pitch on the way, and a breaking ball hangs inside. Almost hit Justin. And it's a 2-2 count. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And the pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. So Kramer strikes out, ends the inning. Second strikeout for Charlie Olson. Rapid City scores 2 unearned runs in the top of the third inning. There were 2 hits in the inning. There were 2 Colorado errors and 3 men left on base. At the end of 2.5, Rapid City leads Colorado by a score of 5-0 here on ESPN Radio, Rapid City.
Great faces, great places. Wet paint? Yep. And around here, when great places need a little love, great faces band together. Each year, First Interstate Bank employees help local organizations put a fresh coat of paint on homes of those in need. A small gesture, perhaps, but one that puts smiles on faces and strengthens bonds in the places we serve. First Interstate Bank. It's you and I together.
Tomorrow's doubleheader, 9:30 in the morning. We'll be on the air shortly before 9:30 as we have 2 games and then head home and prepare for the next home game, which is Thursday night in the Superior Siding Black Hills Classic, which runs Thursday through Sunday at 2 sites. Fitzgerald Stadium, hosted, of course, by Post 22. Pete Lean Field, hosted by Post 320. Pool play for the 2 sites, and then on Sunday, the 18th, they will have the games for position. There's a strike, and it's 0-1, Cherbensky's first pitch. 1 strike on Jimmy LeConte, left-handed batting designated hitter, swings and drills it to right field. Back goes Solano. He reaches up and doesn't get it. The ball is off the fence in right field. It'll be a stand-up double for LeConte. He had grounded out to first his first at bat and lines a double over the head of Solano in right field for a 2-base hit. And that'll bring up Tanner Garner, the third baseman. So a leadoff double for LeConte. Here's Garner. He popped to first his first at bat. And the pitch is a ball down low. 1 ball and no strikes. Post 22 with a 5-0 lead here in the last half of the third. Sherbinski delivers. Fastball high. 2 balls and no strikes. Two and 0 the count. The pitch on the way. That's a strike. Outside corner, belt high, and it's 2-1 on Garner. Two balls and 1 strike. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. 2-2 on Garner. Garner 1 for 4 in the doubleheader. Hit cleanup in that first game, hitting third in this game. 2-2 with a runner at second, nobody out. Sherbinski's pitch, check swing, foul off to the right. A fastball tailing up and in on Garner, and he couldn't get the bat out of the way. Still 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the set now by Sherbinski. Colton's pitch, swung on, a foul off to the right. Garner was a tough hitter in that first game. He'd protect the plate, fight off pitches. Two balls and 2 strikes on Garner. LeConte at second base with nobody out. He had a leadoff double. Sherbinski delivers. Swung on, a ground ball, base hit into left field. Up with the ball is Stumption. Hits the cutoff man. And they're runners at first and third. So Garner singles to left, and now Premier West, which hasn't scored a run yet in this doubleheader, puts runners at first and third with nobody out. And their cleanup hitter, Trey Adams, coming up, the second baseman. Adams fouled out to first. His first at bat. He's 1 for 4 in the doubleheader. Right-handed batter. Moore holding with Garner at first. LeConte leads from third, and Sherbinski delivers a strike on the outside corner. 0-1 the count. Infield looking for a double play here. They had 3 double plays. Post 22 did in the first game. There's a hard ground ball to Bowman. Takes a wicked hop and hits him in the face. And the ball goes into shallow left center field. And Cooper took a shot on a bad hop. And boy, he really took it in the melon there. Tough break. It'll be a bad hop single for Adams. LeConte will score. Garner goes to second. A bad hop single for Adams. So Nate Kajowski will be the hitter, and they're out to attend to Colton. And he's coming here to the sidelines, to the dugout, with the post 22 trainer Christina's out there to attend to Colton, who may have some blood. So the trainer is... Boy, that looked like a sure double play ball. I mean, it was sharply hit right at Cooper, and then it took that last hop, which was a wicked hop, and I don't know what it hit out there on the dirt, but it hit something. So it looks like we're going to have a substitute. Looks like Carter Deming is coming into the game for post 22. as the team was all congregated out there by Cooper. And they're waiting here to see if Bowman's going to come back in. But I saw Deming with his glove running on into the infield.
If they get the bleeding stopped, he'll probably be back out. Ball was hit pretty hard.
They're still waiting to see what's going to happen here. So, post 22 returns to their positions defensively. Looks like Walker Paz is going to play shortstop. Looks like Carter Deming is going to go play second. So here's Kajowski, the first baseman, looking at a strike. Carter Deming now at second base. Paz goes to shortstop. One strike the count on Kajowski. Still nobody out, a run in. First run of the doubleheader for Premier West, 5-1 Rapid City, and a breaking ball in there for a strike. 0-2 on Kujawski, who singled to left in the second. He's 1 for 4 in the doubleheader. No balls and 2 strikes. The pitch on the way, a check swing. They say he didn't go. And the count is 1-2. One ball and 2 strikes. Garner at second, Adams at first. Nobody out here in the third inning. Here's the pitch. A big bouncer to short. Paz backs up to play the big hop. Out at second, on to first is in time, a double play. Short to second to first. That ball took a big last hop out to Paz at shortstop. And Walker made a quick throw to Deming, who just made a marvelous turn at second base, getting the ball over to Moore. Carter just going into the game. So 2 outs now, and Garner at third base for Premier West. The fourth doublehead play in this doubleheader for post 22. And a fastball in for a strike now to Hunter Stevens. Post 22 with 26 double plays on this season now. In this, their 23rd game. Stevens called out on strikes his first at bat. Fastball, strike 2 called. Colton really popped them into the catcher Paris on that pitch, and it's no balls and 2 strikes. 2 outs. Garner at third. A run in here for Premier West. Sherbinsky's pitch is a high fastball, and it's 1-2. One and 2 on Stevens. Here's the set and the pitch. Swing and a miss, struck him out. Colton gets his third strikeout. A run on 3 hits for Premier West. There were no Rapid City errors and 1 man left on base. At the end of 3, post 22 has the lead. It's 5-1, Rapid City leading Colarado. And you're listening to Post 22 Baseball from the Anytime Auto Sales Press Box on ESPN Radio, Rapid City. Carter Deming, number 15. For Post 22 through 3 innings of play, they have 5 runs in the game, 6 hits, 1 error. Premier West of Colorado a run on 4 hits and 2 errors. We go to the top of the 4th inning. Post 22 will send up Connor King. Connor flied to center his first at bat. And the pitch is down low for a ball, and it's 1-0. 1-0 on Connor. 1 for 4 in the doubleheader. The pitch by Charlie Olson is down in the dirt for ball 2. Olson gave up 3 runs in the first inning, 1 on a home run by Paz, 2-run double by Jack Sorensen. But both runs against him in the third were unearned. He delivers outside, and the count is 3-0. Boy, these pitchers for Premier West in this doubleheader have really struggled with their command of their pitches. Strike to King on the low outside corner, 3-1 on Connor. Walker Paz in the top of the order on deck. There's strike 2 over the outside edge. It's a full count on King. 3 balls and 2 strikes. The pitch on the way is rolled foul off to the left. Count runs along at 3-2, and Connor may have rolled that off his foot again. Here's the pitch on the way. A high fly ball, center field. And it's caught by Marquez for the out. King is retired on a fly ball to center. Here's Walker Paz, who hit a home run in the first inning and grounded out to short in the third inning. Walker's first home run of the year. Takes the pitch outside, ball 1. Walker was 2 for 3 in the first game. 1 for 2 in this game. 3 for 5 in the doubleheader with a couple of walks. And a strike. 1-1 on Walker. Walker has scored 3 runs in the 2 games. Pitch on the way is swung on and popped foul. Backing out of play. 1 ball and 2 strikes on the Post 22 shortstop now. Walker going from second to short after the injury to Cooper Bowman, who got hit in the face on a bad hop ground ball. Pitch is high and outside for a ball. And the 2-2 pitch. Low and outside. 3-2 on Walker Paz. Here's the pitch. Swung on and a high fly ball into left field. Stevens coming in, still coming in shallow left center field, and he makes the catch for out number 2. That'll bring up Zach Solano. 2 outs, the base is empty. 5-1, Post 22 leading here in the top of the 4th inning. Solano walked and scored in the first inning. Singled to left and scored in the third inning. 1 for 2 in this game. 2 for 6 in the doubleheader. And a breaking ball is in there, letter high for a strike. 0-1 on Zach. The pitch on the way, swung on and fouled off to the right. And it's no balls and 2 strikes. Two strikes to count. Pitch by Jones, swing and a miss, a big breaking pitch. Solano strikes out. Third strikeout for Charlie Olson, and a 1-2-3, top of the 4th inning. Post 22 is down, and we move now to the bottom half of the 4th inning. At the end of 3.5 innings of play, Rapid City 5, Premier West Colorado 1. Post 22 Baseball exclusively on ESPN Radio, Rapid City, from the Anytime Auto Sales Press Box.
Camping World is here to help you connect to adventure and explore the outdoors with friends and family, offering new and pre-owned RVs to fit every budget and thousands of parts and accessories for any need. Camping World has it all. With over 125 supercenters nationwide, you're never far from America's #1 RV dealer. No matter where your adventures take you, whether you need an RV, parts, or service, Camping World is here to help you every step of the way. Visit Camping World in Rapid City or shop campingworld.com today. Camping World is here to help you connect to it.
5-1 the lead for Post 22 as we go to the bottom half of the 4th inning.
Halfway through this 7th-inning affair here at All-Star Park in Denver, the second game of doubleheader. Rapid City won the first one, 13-0.
Lower third of the batting order for Premier West.
8 runs in the 7th inning.
Tyler Phillips, the first baseman, has flied to right and bounced into a third to second to first double play. And excuse me, I've got the wrong. Miguel Marquez is the hitter, the center fielder. He struck out swinging his first at bat. Takes the ball, it's 1-0. Jones and Hunter to follow. And the pitch on the way is a strike on the outside corner. Marquez in the doubleheader is 0 for 2.
Marquez struck out, went down swinging back in the 2nd inning.
Here's the pitch on the way. And it's inside for a ball.
That's away from the pitch, a little inside there, ball 2.
2 balls and 1 strike. And the pitch. Swing and a foul back. 2-2 on the Premier West center fielder.
Marquez, Jones, and Hunter to the bottom third of the order for Premier West.
Here's the 2-2 pitch. Strike 3, good pitch. Marquez knew it. Sherbinski zeroed in on that outside corner above the knees and gets his 4th strikeout. 1 down. That'll bring up Otto Jones, the catcher. He walked his first at bat. And a fastball strike called. Jones 0 for 2 in the doubleheader with his walk. Colton Sherbinski delivers. Low and inside. 1-1 the count. Premier West scoring their run last inning on a bad hop single, which took Cooper Bowman out of the game, hitting Cooper in the face. There's a strike on the outside edge. And the count to Jones now 1 ball and 2 strikes. Now the home plate umpire is going over to the first base Premier West dugout. And I don't know whether the on-deck hitter was too far out towards the playing field or what, but whatever it is, it's been taken care of. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The pitch swung on and fouled back by Jones. One and 2 with 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th inning. A 5-1 lead for Post 22, looking for their 14th win in a row. The pitch on the way. Swung on, a fly ball into right center field, a long run, and it is going to be in the gap. Fielded near the warning track by Zach Solano, and that's a long single by Otto Jones, the catcher, who doesn't run very well. And there's hit number 5 in the game for Premier West. A single for Otto Jones. And here's Mark Hunter up the right fielder. He walked his first at bat.
Cut that off in the gap to hold him to a long single.
Hunter walked his first at bat. Here's the set and the pitch. And a strike on the outside corner. 1 strike on Hunter.
Hardhats have 5 runs on 6.
Here's the set and the pitch. Strike on the low outside corner. Good pitch by Sherbinski to Hunter. And it's 0-2. Hunter, the number 9 hitter in the order, as we said, walked in the second inning off Sherbinski. Colton's walked 2 back-to-back walks in the second to the number 8 and 9 hitters. 2 strikes on Hunter. The pitch on the way is popped foul off to the right. And Hunter fights that pitch off, and it's still 0-2. Otto Jones at first base. Moore holding with him. Here's the set and the pitch. Swing and a miss. A pitch down and away. Hunter strikes out. Number 5 for Sherbinski. 2 down here in the 4th, and that brings up Lance Kelly, the left-handed batting shortstop, the leadoff hitter. Kelly has reached on an error and flied to left, so he's 0 for 2 in the game. 2 for 5 in the doubleheader. And the pitch is in the dirt, bouncing away from Paris on a wild pitch. Jones goes to second.
Timmy Paris.
So Jones in scoring position with 2 outs and a 1-ball count on Kelly. A 5-1 post-22 lead here in the bottom of the 4th inning.
That puts a man in scoring position.
Here's the set. And the pitch. Strike at the knees, inside corner. 1-1 the count.
Even at 1-1.
1 ball, 1 strike. And Sherbinski just bluffs Jones back to second base. Now Colton ready again. Here's the set. And the 1-1 pitch. Right in there for a strike. And it's 1-2 now on Kelly. Sherbinski ahead on the count, 1-2. Trying to get his 3rd strikeout here of the inning. Here's the set. The right-hander delivers. Swung on a ground ball to third, played by Kramer. Long throw to Moore, on target for the out. Third to first to get Lance Kelly. No runs, 1 hit. No errors and 1 man left on base. In 4 innings, Premier West of Colorado has stranded 6 base runners. They've had 5 hits, but they trail 5-1 as we head to the 5th inning now, post-22 with a 5-1 lead. This coming Thursday is the next home action for post-22 as we look forward to the 2017 Superior Siding Black Hills Classic. It begins on Thursday, June 15th. Championship games will be Sunday, June 18th. Rapid City Post 22 will host Pool A. Rapid City Post 320 will host Pool B. In the Post 22 pool at Fitzgerald Stadium, Sioux Falls East, Sioux Falls West, Albuquerque. And we told you earlier that Alexandria, Minnesota was scheduled to be here, but they had to drop out because unexpectedly they were able to move on to the Minnesota State High School tournament. And they had to cancel their trip because they'll be playing for the first time in 45 years in the Minnesota State High School tournament. In Pool B, hosted by Post 320, it'll be Colorado Springs, Upper Deck, Montana, Mountain View, Colorado, and Cannon City, Colorado. Games begin Thursday. Post 22 slated to play 7 o'clock on Thursday night against Sioux Falls East, with the championship games on Sunday. Mitch will have a little bit of a revised schedule because of Alexandria being forced to drop out. So here's Carter Deming up. Carter Deming up. He went in and played second base for Cooper Bowman in the lineup. Here's the pitch on the way. And it's a ball inside from Charlie Olson. 1 ball, no strikes. Hopefully nothing seriously wrong with Cooper. Here's the pitch on the way. Swung on, a fly ball into left center field, and it is a diving catch by Marquez. Marquez coming up with a diving catch. Miguel Marquez in center field to take a hit away from Deming. 1 away here in the top of the 5th, and that'll bring up Timmy Paris. Timmy has grounded out to second, reached on an error, and scored in the 3rd inning. Timmy 1 for 6 now in the doubleheader. Pitch on the way, down low for a ball. 1-0 the count. And the pitch is down at the knees for a strike, and it's 1-1. Again, a big thank you from Post 22 to Superior Siding for sponsoring the Black Hills Classic June 15th through the 18th at Fitzgerald Stadium. Here's the pitch to Paris, and it's a ball, a breaking ball inside, and the count is 2 balls and 1 strike.
Reached on an error, scored a run back in the 3rd inning.
And the 2-1 pitch. Bounce foul off to the left. 2-2 on Timmy Paris. Jack Sorensen on deck. Two and one. 2 pitch is popped up. Right side of the infield. The first baseman is calling for it. And it's caught by Kujawski for the 2nd out here in the 5th inning. Timmy Paris retired, and that'll bring up Jack Sorensen.
Marquez, 2 outs. As Paris pops out to Kujawski first. Here's Jack Sorensen.
Jack Sorensen is a 2-run double to left center in the 1st inning. And he reached on an error in the 3rd inning. Takes a pitch for a strike, and it's 0-1. 2 out and nobody on. And the pitch in the dirt and back to the screen. The pitcher, Charlie Olson, now is actually retired 6 in a row. He retired Kramer to win the 3rd, retired the side 1, 2, 3 in the 4th, retired the first 2 men here in the 5th. There's a ground ball hit to short. Scooped up by Kelly, and the throw to first base for the out retires Sorensen. So another 1, 2, 3 inning for Charlie Olson, and we head now to the bottom of the 5th inning, and Post 22 leads by a score of 5-1. You're listening to Post 22 Baseball from the Anytime Auto Sales Press Box, and you're listening on ESPN Radio, Rapid City.
Coke Zero goes with things like this. This. And this. Coke Zero tastes like this.
He shoots, he scores!
It sounds like this. It feels like this. So when the game is on, try it with this. Coke Zero. Real Coca-Cola taste. 0 calories, 0 sugar. Coke.
Well, Post 22 is going after their 14th win in a row in this game. And if you're wondering what the team record is for a winning streak, you have to go back to 2002. And that was a World Series year for Post 22 when they went to the World Series in Danville, Virginia. And that season, Post 22 won 26 games in a row. 26 wins in a row in 2002 is the team record for a winning streak. Gosh, I thought that 1993 season, they only lost 5 games all year. You'd have to look at that team. But where did I find this? Right in the newly printed Post 22 2017 season yearbook. Available now at Fitzgerald Stadium. Fastball is high to Tyler Phillips, the first baseman from Colton Sherbinski. I'm sorry, I've got the wrong game again here as I was looking at my wrong score sheet. Jimmy LaCanti up, takes a ball, now a strike, and it's 1-1. LaCanti has grounded out to first, double to right. Here's the pitch. High for a ball, and it's now 2-1.
He doubled and scored the only run from Cardinals back in the third inning.
And the fastball misses, and it's 3-1. So Sherbinski behind, 3 balls and a strike. Great pitching performance in the first game from Riley McSherry. 6 shutout innings, allowing only 3 hits, 2 walks and a strikeout. And a fastball is high, and LaCanti walks. So Colton Sherbinski issues his third walk. A leadoff walk here in the bottom of the 5th with Post 22 leading 5-1. And Tanner Garner coming up, the third baseman. Garner has popped to first and singled to left. Here's the pitch, and a breaking ball over for a strike. Oh, 0-1 the count. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball just missed. Must have been a little bit low. Looked like it was right over the heart of the plate. And the count is 1 ball and 1 strike. Moore holding with the runner at first. Here's the pitch. Swung on, and it's hit high in the air. Shallow right center. Backing off is Deming, the second baseman. And he makes the catch and falls down. And now they've ruled it no catch, I think. They called it safe, and then the throw to second for the out. So there is 1 out. I guess they did call the hitter out. Here's Trey Adams up, the second baseman. Pitch on the way is high and outside for ball 1. Adams is fouled out to first, had an infield single. That was the shot that went off the face of Cooper Bowman. Here's the pitch. Strike at the knees on the low outside corner, 1-1. Adams is 2 for 5 in this doubleheader. Runner at first base, 1 out, bottom of the 5th. Post 22 leading Premier West Colorado 5-1. Here's the pitch. Swung on, base hit through the hole to left field on the ground. And stopping at second, LaCanti. Runners at first and second. 6 hits now for Premier West. And that'll bring up Nate Kajowski, the first baseman. He has singled to left and hit into a short to second to first double play. He is 1 for 5 in the doubleheader. So Sherbinski in a bit of a jam here with 2 on and 1 out in the bottom of the 5th inning. 5-1 Post 22 leading. The pitch is a strike on the outside corner. No balls and a strike. And the pitch. High for a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. Pitch on the way. Breaking ball. Strike 2 called. 1-2 now on the Premier West first baseman. He was the designated hitter in the first game. Right-handed batter. Boy, would Post 22 like to see another double play here. They pulled one off in the 3rd inning. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball. Strike 3 called. Kajowski called out. 6 strikeout for Colton. 2 down. And Hunter Stevens coming up, the left fielder. He has struck out twice. Called in the second, swinging in the third. 2 on and 2 out. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball outside and low. 1 ball and no strikes.
Back in the second inning, Cardinals loaded the bases, didn't get a run.
Post 22 with 3 runs in the first inning. Jumped out to a quick lead. Swing and a miss. Breaking ball. 1-1 the count. In fact, they led after the first batters. A leadoff home run by Walker Paz gave them a quick 1-0 lead. They added 2 more in the first inning on a 2-run double by Jack Sorensen. There's a ground ball past Paz into left field for a hit, and they're going to hold the runner at third who falls down, but nobody's covering third base. Paz couldn't quite get to that ball, and Hunter Stevens has a single. And look at this. Colorado has the bases loaded now, 1 out for Miguel Marquez, the center fielder. So LeConte at third, Adams at second, Stevens at first with 1 out, and here comes Mitch Messer making a quick trip to the mound. Marquez has struck out swinging and been called on in strikes, so he's 0 for 2, 0 for 6, 0 for 3 in the doubleheader. He's also been hit by a pitch and walk. Rapid City with 3 in the first, 2 in the third, made it 5-0. Both the runs in the third were unearned. And then Premier West got their run in the third inning. So Sherbinski will stay in. And Marquez, the batter, number 7 hitter. Critical moment in this game with Post 22 leading 5-1. They've been out hit now. Premier West has 7 hits, Post 22 has 6. But a 5-1 Rapid City lead. Here's the set by Sherbinski. The pitch on the way, and it's low and outside, ball 1. One ball and no strikes. Here's the pitch. That's in there, a breaking ball. And it's 1-1 on Marquez. One ball, 1 strike. Pitch on the way. Breaking ball is swung on and bounced foul off to the left. 1-2 on Marquez.
Nothing has come easy today for the Cardinals. They're trying to
5-1. Post 22's lead is 4, but a rally brewing here for the Cardinals from Premier West of Colorado. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and Marquez. The pitch on the way. Check swing. Oh, he just missed the low outside corner. 2 balls and 2 strikes. That pitch was oh so close. Paris held the ball, kind of trying to frame it a little bit. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Bases loaded, 1 out. The pitch to Marquez. Swung on and fouled off to the right. And it's still 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes.
2 bases loaded, 2 outs, 2-2 pitch.
Here's the set by Sherbinski. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on a ground ball to Kramer. And he's going to make the play to first base for the out to retire the side. Third to first. No runs on a hit. Make it 2 hits. No runs on 2 hits. And they leave 3 more men on base. 9 left on in 5 innings for Premier West of Colorado. Post 22 has the lead. It's 5-1 as we head now to the top of the 6th inning. Tomorrow's doubleheader here in Denver will start at 9:30 in the morning on ESPN Radio for 2 games. Also on Hardhat-TV. You can access that via post22baseball.com.
With more than 300 pediatric experts in 35 specialty areas, Sanford Children's offers the care that matters to your family. At the Castle of Care, we are committed to bringing in the latest and most advanced technology and services to care for your children. And having the largest team of specialists in the region means your child can receive expert, individualized care close to home. At Sanford Children's, we promise to put your family first. To learn more, visit childrens.sanfordhealth.org.
In Montana on June 20th. And then they'll play in Pullman, Washington, the 21st of June through the 25th of June. And those games will be released soon. That's a 7-day road trip for Post 22. And then they'll return home for the Firecracker Tournament, which begins on June 28th. Las Vegas will be back once again for the Firecracker. Missoula, Montana will be in town. Eden Prairie, Minnesota. This Premier West team from Colorado will be there. Rocky Mountain out of Colorado. Team out of Utah. Yakima, Washington will be in town. There's a ground ball hit towards the hole, and it's going to be through for a base hit. So a ground ball single for Zach Sumption through the hole to left, the first Rapid City base runner since the 3rd inning. Ends the string of 7 in a row retired by Charlie Olson. Sumption's second hit. Yakima, Washington in 1975 won the American Legion World Series in Rapid City. Very first World Series ever hosted by Post 22. Here's Will Moore up. He singled to right and walked as the throw goes to first base. 5-1 Post 22 leading here in the top of the 6th inning. A leadoff single by Sumption. He leads from first. The pitch to Moore. He goes. The pitch is a ball outside. Throw to second. The tag is not in time. Stolen base for Sumption. So Zach swipes second base. Rapid City has a runner at second now with nobody out. For Sumption, his 5th steal of the season. He is yet to be caught. Count to Moore. Here's the set. Olson taking a long time. Here's his pitch. And it's down in the dirt. So let's check the count now. As Sumption stole second, it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Here's the set by Olson, the pitch. Breaking ball in there for a strike. 1-2 on Will. One ball, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Inside, breaking ball hits Will Moore. So Will is hit by a pitch. Runners at first and second for Justin Kramer. Kramer is grounded into a second to short to first double play and struck out. 0 for 2 in this game, 2 for 4 in the first game, 2 for 6 overall in the doubleheader. We're in the top of the 6th inning, Post 22 batting with runners at first and second and nobody out. Kramer, the number 8 hitter. 5-1, the Hardhats leading. Here's the pitch on the way. The ball is taken for a strike, and a throw down to first base is bounced into right field. Sumption will go to third and Moore to second. Just a needless error on the catcher, Jones. Now here comes Hines, the coach, out.
I don't believe ever saw it unless you're going to call possibly interference for the Call Derek Hines is looking for, I think.
And the discussion coming to the right of home plate. See between Coach Hines, who really doesn't say a lot, walks back to the first base dugout for Premier West. So Justin Kramer stepping in with a 1-ball count after the errant throw to first base by catcher Jones from the Cardinals. Here's the set by Olson. And the pitch with the infield in, up high, and it gets away from the catcher, and a run's going to score. A wild pitch allowing Sumption to score, and Moore goes to third, and it's 6-1 Rapid City. Kramer, the count of 2 balls and no strikes. Well, they'll keep the infield in. The set by Olson. They pitch on the way. Ball inside. And it's 3-0. And the pitch. Strike, a fastball on the inside edge. 3-1 on Kramer. A run in here for post 22 in the top of the 6th. They now lead 6-1. And a pop foul down the right field line. So the count is 3-2 on Justin. Connor King will hit next for post 22.
We'll come back. Kramer back to the batter's box. We'll do it again.
3 balls and 2 strikes.
Sun back out here at All-Star Park.
The set by Olson. Moore down the line at third, and the pitch is high and inside for ball 4. So runners at first and third, nobody out. And Coach Hines is coming out, and he's going to make a pitching change. So it looks like we're going to have a new pitcher for Premier West. Maybe not. Jimmy LeConte was the designated hitter, and he came out, and he's going to come in and pitch. So he'll become the pitcher. He was the designated hitter. So the new pitcher is the designated hitter, Jimmy LeConte. So, post 22 has runners at first and third, nobody out. A run in here in the top of the 6th. They lead 6-1. And Premier West will continue to try somebody that can throw strikes on a consistent basis. Olson had a couple of good innings there in the 4th and 5th inning. He retired the side in order, but he struggled for most of the game. Doubleheader here tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. Boy, Destin, we're going to have to get up early tomorrow. Can I have bacon and eggs with that first pitch tomorrow at 9:30? So here's Connor King, who was twice flied to center field. Connor 1 for 5 in the doubleheader. Runners at first and third. Here's the pitch. It's a squeeze. The ball is bunted back towards the mound. The throw to the plate, though, is there, and they got Moore sliding in. A nice fielding play by LeConte, the pitcher, who got off the mound quickly. Fielded the ball and threw to catcher Jones, who put the tag on Moore on the squeeze play. So a force out, 1-2. And that's the first out. Runners at first and second now as Kramer went to second. So here's Walker Paz, the second baseman. 1 for 3. Paz had a home run in the first inning, his first of the season. And the pitch is low and inside, ball 1. His other 2 at-bats, Walker's grounded out to short and flied to left center. 3 for 6 overall now in the doubleheader. Pitch on the way is grounded towards first, and it's fumbled, and the first baseman can't make the play, and the bases are loaded. Another crucial error for Colorado. Third error of the game as Kajowski looked like a routine ground ball, and boy, he just turned that into a nightmare. Bases are loaded for Zach Solano, the right fielder. Here's the pitch. Swung out a ground ball to the mound. The throw's going to come home. That's one, and no play to first base. The catcher double pumped Jones, and for some reason couldn't get the ball to first base. They might have had a double play, but they do get a 1-2 force out of Kramer at the plate. King goes to third. Paz to second. Solano's at first with 2 outs, and the batter is Carter Deming, the second baseman. And Carter looks at a strike. Carter went in when Cooper Bowman took a ground ball to the face in the third inning that knocked him out of the game. A wicked bad hop on a sharp ground ball. Paz moved to short, and Bowman out of the game, and Deming went into play second. Foul ball on Carter, and it's no balls and 2 strikes. 6-1, Rapid City leading here in the top of the 6th inning. Kramer at third, King at third, Paz at second, Solano at first, and there's a ground ball hit up the middle into center field, a base hit for Deming. 1 run will score, that's King. Here comes the second run to the plate. Paz scores a 2-run, 2-out single here for Post 22's Carter Deming. Good to see Carter get a 2-run single. Boy, he torched the ball and lined out to center in the only other at-bat he had in the game. That came in the 5th inning. But he delivers a 2-run single here. Solano stopping at second. It's now 8-1, Rapid City leading. A 3-run 6th here for Post 22, and here's Timmy Paris. And a breaking ball is a strike on the outside corner. Timmy has grounded out to second, reached on an error and scored, and popped to first. 2 outs, Solano at second, Deming at first. Here's the pitch. Swinging a foul. No, it's a fly ball down the right field line, headed towards the corner, and it is in for a hit, just fair down in the right field corner. And Timmy Paris has a 2-run double. Solano and Deming score. 5 runs in here in the 6th for Post 22, and they lead 10-1. Nine hits for Post 22 in the game. That's their 3rd here in the 6th inning. And the first pitch is in for a strike to Jack Sorensen, who has had a 2-run double to left center in the 1st inning. Reached on an error in the 3rd, grounded out to short in the 5th. Swing and a miss at a good breaking ball there from LeConte. No balls and 2 strikes. Well, Post 22 could get Paris in from second. We're having a pinch runner now. They allow a courtesy runner for the catcher. Looks like Tommy Wall's the pinch runner. So if they could get Wall in, they would go ahead by 10 and maybe have a chance to end the game in the bottom of the 6th. But it's strike 3 on the outside corner And Sorensen is called out on strikes. So post 22 settles for 5 runs in the top of the 6th inning. 3 hits in the inning. There was 1 error by Premier West Colorado. And post 22 left a man on. So we go to the bottom of the 6th. Post 22 now leading Premier West 10-1. And you're listening to Post 22 Baseball from the Anytime Auto Sales Press Box on ESPN Radio, Rapid City.
When you're hitting singles and doubles all day, consistency wins games, and it's key to helping achieve your retirement goals. At Weitzel Financial Group, they believe they're there to help with your own ideals and goals. Head toward your field of dreams. Call Weitzel Financial Group for a consultation at 348-1152. Kurt Weitzel is a registered representative and investment advisor representative with and offers securities and advisory services through Commonwealth Financial Network member FINRA SIPC, a registered investment advisor. Weitzel Financial Group, 817 9th Street, Rapid City, South Dakota, 57701.
Sixth inning, and coming in to pitch for post 22 will be Trey Eberline. Trey making his 8th appearance of the season, his 7th relief appearance. He has 1 win, no losses, and 2 saves, a couple of tough, good saves that Trey got. 11 2/3 innings on the season for Eberline. He's given up 9 hits, walked 7, struck out 8. ERA is 1.80 so far on the season. And teams are batting .214 against Trey Eberline on the season. So here we go into the bottom of the 6th. Donald Jones, the catcher, up, and he looks at a strike. Trey Eberline, the right-hander, into the motion. Here's his pitch. Breaking ball outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. 8, 9, and 1 hitters for Premier West here in the bottom of the 6th inning and a 10-1 post 22 lead. Here's the pitch. Swung on, a foul. Back to the screen, 1-2. Jones has walked and singled to right center. 1 for 3 in the doubleheader. 1-2 pitch is a high fastball. And it's 2-2. And the 2-2 pitch. In there, breaking ball for strike 3 call. Colton Sherbinski in the game ends up pitching 5 innings, allowing 7 hits and 1 run. Colton had 6 strikeouts and 3 walks. Mark Hunter, the number 9 hitter, up, takes the ball. It's 1-0. He has walked and struck out. Eberline's pitch, swung on, a pop foul. Right in back of home plate, out of play. 1 ball and 1 strike. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Breaking ball down, and it's 1-2. Well, you can't say that Premier West hasn't had their chances. They have left 9 men on base through the first 5 innings, scoring just the 1 run on 7 hits. 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, struck him out with a breaking ball. So Eberline has struck out the first two men he's faced here in the sixth. And that'll bring up Lance Kelly, the shortstop. Kelly, he went 2 for 3 in the first game, but since then, in the second game, he's reached on an error, flied to left, and grounded out to third. He's 0 for 3. 2 for 6 in the doubleheader. And the pitch is a ball down and in. 1 ball and no strikes. Post 22-10. And Premier West, Colorado 1. Here's the pitch. And it's up and away. 2 balls and no strikes. Two 2-0 pitch. That's a strike, and it's 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike. And the pitch is a strike on the low outside corner. 2-2 the count. And the pitch. Low and inside, a breaking ball. In the dirt, and it's a full count. Post 22 pitching still has a long way to go with their walks to innings pitched ratio. It is not very good coming into the game as a team. 144 innings, 82 walks. And there's number 80. There's another one because they've had quite a few in this doubleheader. So a 2-out walk. And the hitter will be the pitcher now, Jimmy LeConte. He is grounded out to first, doubled to right, scored the Premier West run in the third inning, and then walked in the fifth. Eberline's pitch, and it's a ball high, 1-0. Four walks given up by post 22 pitching so far in this game in 5 2/3 innings. Pitch is down in the dirt for a ball. They gave up only 2 walks in the first game from Riley McSherry. Timmy Paris runs the ball back out to Eberline. Two balls and no strikes. LeConte 1 for 2 in this game with his double and run scored. 0 for 3 in the first game, 1 for 5 in the doubleheader. Here's the pitch and a strike on the outside corner, 2-1. Two balls and a strike. The pitch, foul back. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Runner at first, Kelly with 2 out. And the throw by Eberline over to first base. Two the count, the pitch. And it gets away from Paris, and the runner goes to second. So it's a full count, 3-2 on LeConte. Now Kelly's at second. Here's the pitch. High, ball 4. So Eberline walks 2 consecutive batters after getting the first 2 outs of the inning. And that's happened a lot this season with post 22 pitching, unable to close out innings. Mitch Messer is going to the mound. Tanner Garner, the third baseman, number 3 hitter, is coming up. He has popped to first, singled to left, popped to second. So he's 1 for 3 in this game. He was 1 for 3 in the first game, 2 for 6 in the doubleheader. We're in the bottom of the 6th. Premier West out of Denver here batting with 2 outs. They have runners at first and second and a 10-1 Post 22 lead. Post 22 won the first game 13-0.
Conference is over. Every line ready. So is Barney.
Here's the set now by Trey Eberline with 2 on and 2 out. And the pitch on the way misses inside for ball 1. One ball and no strikes. Here's the pitch, and it hit him. So that loads the bases. And brings up Trey Adams, the second baseman.
So that loads the bases. Well, there's all kinds of ways to load the bases. 2 walks and a hit batter here. And for the third time in this game, Cardinals have the bases full.
2 outs and nobody on as Eberline had a couple of quick outs, but then Trey's just lost it. 2 walks and a hit batsman. So let's see if he can't get this final out of the 6th inning without any run scoring. Adams fouled out to first, singled to deep short, and singled to left, so he's 2 for 3. 1 for 3 in the first game. Pitch, breaking ball in for a strike, and it's 0-1. 3 for 6 for Trey Adams in the doubleheader. Right-handed batter. The base is loaded for Premier West here in the bottom of the 6th with 2 outs. Post 22 leading 10-1. Pitch on the way, and a breaking ball is high. 1 ball and 1 strike. Here's the pitch. That's a strike on the low outside corner. 1-2 now on Adams. One ball and 2 strikes. Pitch on the way, breaking ball high. And the count is 2-2. Two outs. This third out, it's just been a devil to try to get out. Here's the stretch by Eberline. The 2-2 pitch. Strike 3 on the outside corner. Put it perfectly outside corner around knee high. So Eberline actually gets 3 strikeouts in the inning, but in between walks a couple and hits a man. But Trey comes back and gets that third out. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 3 men left on base. Post 22 leading 10-1 after 6 innings. And if you look at Premier West today, they have 1 run on 7 hits. They have received 5 bases on balls. There's been a Rapid City error. And they have left a total of 12 men on base in 6 innings. They left the bases loaded in the 2nd, in the 5th, and now in the 6th. So they've had their chances, but they just haven't been able to score. As Post 22 leads 10-1 going into the top of the 7th inning here. Jimmy LeConte on the mound for the top of the 7th. And for Post 22, it'll be Zach Sumption leading off. Assumption is popped to short. Single to left in the third to drive in a run. Singled again to left in the sixth inning, so he's 2 for 3. Jimmy LeConte's pitch, and a fastball misses inside. Boy, Assumption red hot. Hitting both games of this doubleheader now. Extends his hitting streak to 8 games in a row as he takes a pitch inside, 2-0. Zach had a 2-run homer in the first game and a 3-run triple in the first game. He had 5 RBIs. 2-0 pitch, swung on and foul back. 2-1 the count. Wilmore and Justin Kramer scheduled to hit next. Here's the pitch on the way. Breaking ball is swung on. Hit in the air down the right field line. That's a long run for the right fielder who can't get to it. It's a foul ball. Foul by 6 or 7 feet down the right field line. A long run by Hunter. But he couldn't get to it, and the count is all even at 2-2 now on Assumption. Zach has just been a fireball during this hitting streak of 8 games. 14 hits and 29 at-bats at this moment during this hitting streak. That's just a few points below 500. Here's the pitch. Fastball is high, and we have a full count. 3 balls and 2 strikes. The pitch on the way. Swing and a pop-up. Let's see who's going to grab this one. The pitcher runs up, and the pitcher is going to take it. So LeConte grabs the pop-up off the bat of Zach Assumption. 1 out here in the top of the 7th. And that'll bring up Will Moore. Will has singled to right, walked, and been hit by a pitch. LeConte from the set, the right-hander's pitch. Low and outside, ball 1. Rapid City with 3 runs in the first, 2 in the third, and 5 in the 6th inning. Pitch down in the dirt, 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes. Here's the pitch. Ground ball up the middle, and that goes into center field. Will Moore has his second hit of the game. Sharp ground ball single up the middle, just to the left of second base. Hit number 10 for post 22. And that'll bring up Justin Kramer. Justin is hit into a double play, started by second baseman Adams. Struck out and walked. 0 for 2 in this game. 2 for 6 in the doubleheader. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. A pitch away, 1 strike on Kramer. No balls and a strike. There's a slow bunt down the third baseline, foul. And the count is 0-2. Post 22 with a 10-1 lead. And need only to get 3 outs in the bottom of the 7th to win their 14th game in a row. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball is swung on and popped up on the right side. The second baseman right on the edge of the outfield grass, and Adams grabs it for out number 2. So that'll bring up Connor King. Connor has flied to center twice and hit into a force out at the plate, pitcher to home. And he looks at a strike, and it's 0-1. Wilmore at first with 2 out. 10-1 Rapid City leading here in the top of the 7th. Breaking ball, strike 2, and it's 0-2 on Connor. Two strikes. Pitch on the way. Breaking ball, strike 3 called. Let her high. Connor is caught looking. No runs on 1 hit for post 22. And they leave 1 man on base. Post 22 strands 5. We head to the bottom of the 7th here in Denver. Post 22, 10. Premier West of Colorado 1. From the Anytime Auto Sales Press Box, you're listening to Post 22 Baseball on ESPN Radio, Rapid City.
Trusted Choice Insurance agents are independent agents.
I pledge to be your guide, not only to insurance, but to insurance companies.
They don't actually work for any one insurance company.
And to use my independence to identify the coverage that's best for you.
This means they can customize policies from several companies in ways that other agents just can't. And they commit to that.
And I pledge.
In writing. Trusted Choice. You need an independent insurance agent.
Black Hills Insurance Agency, a tradition of service since 1949.
Trusted.
Post 22, 3 outs away from a victory.
Second game of the 4-game weekend set between these two rivals here in Denver today and tomorrow. Earlier today, Rapid City won the first game 13-0.
5, 6, and 7 hitters for Premier West here in the bottom of the 7th inning against Trey Eberline. And the first pitch is in there for a strike. And it's 0-1. Kujawski is single to left, hit into a double play, and been called out on strikes. Pitch on the way is a check swing, and it's down low for a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike. So the count is 1-1 on Nate Kujawski here leading off in the bottom of the 7th inning. He's 1 for 3. Swing and a miss. Eberline blew the fastball by him, and it's 1-2. Kujawski is 1 for 6 in the doubleheader. Here's the pitch on the way. Swing and a foul down the left field line, out of play.
Count remains 1-2.
One ball and 2 strikes. Wind up by Eberline. Here's his pitch. A fly ball to left field. Going back is Sumption. He's got a beat on it out there and makes the catch. So Kujawski flies to left. 1 away in the bottom of the 7th here for Premier West. And Hunter Stevens coming up, the left fielder. Called out on strikes in the 2nd. Struck out swinging in the 3rd. Single to left in the 5th. 1 for 3. And he swings and misses at a breaking ball. 0-1 the count.
Cardinals with 4 hits in the first game, all singles. They've had 7 hits in this one, 6 of them singles.
No balls and a strike. Pitch on the way, another breaking ball that hangs inside. And it's 1-1. 1-1 the count. Here's the pitch on the way. Swing and a miss at a fastball away. And it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Miguel Marquez, the center fielder, is on deck. One ball and 2 strikes. The pitch on the way. And he chops it foul off to the left. Still a ball and 2 strikes. 9:30 a.m. tomorrow morning for our doubleheader. And the pitch. And it misses inside, so the count now is 2 balls and 2 strikes. And the pitch. Ground ball up the middle. Paz can't get to it. It goes on into center field. So Hunter Stevens has his second hit of the game. 8 hits now in the game for Premier West, but just the 1 run. 12 men left on base, and they have a runner at first with 1 out here in the bottom of the 7th. 10-1. Rapid City leading the Hardhats with a 9-run lead. Miguel Marquez has struck out twice and grounded out to third. Here's the pitch, and that's a strike on the outside corner. Marquez 0 for 4 in the doubleheader. He has walked once, been hit by a pitch. So he has been on base a couple of times, both in the first game. Here's the set. And the pitch. That's a strike on the outside edge, an off-speed pitch from Eberline, and it's 0-2. No balls and 2 strikes. Oh, and 2 pitch. Just outside. He's called that all afternoon. Didn't want to ring up Marquez there, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Boy, that pitch looked like a very good pitch. 1-2 the count. Here's the set by Trey, and he'll throw to first base. One and 2. Here's the pitch. And he pokes it down the right field line, and that is a foul ball by a few feet. Marquez returns to first base, and the count is still 1-2. Stevens back to first with 1 out here in the bottom of the 7th. Post 22 with a 10-1 lead after winning the first game 13-0. Now the set by Eberline. The pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. He got him to chase a breaking ball about a foot outside. 4th strikeout for Trey. 2 down. And it brings up Otto Jones, the catcher. Otto has walked. Single to right center. Been called out on strikes. He's 1 for 2 in this game. 1 for 4 in the doubleheader. So Premier West is down to their last out here. And they will have taken quite a humbling doubleheader loss to Post 22 here. Breaking ball strike on the outside corner. 0-1 the count. Here's the set. And the pitch. Check swing and a breaking ball low and outside. 1-1 the count. And the throw to first base. Trey now ready with a 1-1 pitch. And a fastball high. And it's 2-1. Two balls and a strike on the number 8 hitter, catcher Otto Jones for the Cardinals. He swings and lifts a high foul out of play and back of home plate. And the count is 2 balls and 2 strikes. So Eberline now within a strike of ending this game. Here's Trey out of the set now with 2 outs. The pitch on the way, swung out a big bouncer to Walker Paz, who backs up to play the second hop and flips to Deming at second for a force out, and the game is over. 6-4 on the force out, no runs, 1 hit, and 1 more left on base for the Cardinals. The final score, Post 22 wins it by a score of 10-1, and we'll be back and wrap up this doubleheader here from the Anytime Auto Sales Press Box and ESPN Radio Rapid City in just a moment.
One-sided games from Hardhats-TV, 13-0 in Pregame.
Some folks say it doesn't matter how you get the job done, as long as it gets done. To us, however, we won't be satisfied unless performance is coupled with integrity. Black Hills Insurance, a tradition of service since 1949.